Chapter 925. What's wrong? What happened? Is it on fire? Quick, let's go and see. The door of the building that was violently smashed by the magic beam did seem to be on fire, setting off layers of flames, causing a burst of panic and uncontrollable commotion inside the building. And the initiator, Noah, just retracted the gorgeous magic circle in front of his palm. His face, reflected by the flames, was like an ancient well without ripples. Lily was completely dumbfounded as she watched the scene unfold. After regaining her senses, she yelled at Noah with a shocked expression. "Sir Noah, what the hell are you doing? What's wrong?" Noah responded indifferently. "Don't you hate this clan tribe? Are you still distressed?" "Lily is not distressed. I'm surprised," Lily said loudly with a face full of anxiety. "Could it be that Lord Noah wants to start a war between the spawn tribes? Aren't you afraid of being banned by the guild? Because as long as one could join the clan tribe, no matter who it was, they could obtain the power called grace. In Eulalia, there were often many adventurers who didn't care about the law. These adventurers who were unscrupulous because they had power naturally brought uneasiness to the ordinary residents, which naturally couldn't be ignored. In order to let the ordinary citizens of Eulalia live in peace, the guild also formulated relevant laws and regulations. Once they were on the guild's list of dangerous people because of certain incidents, according to the punishment, these dangerous people were likely to be disqualified as adventurers and could no longer enter or leave the dungeon. Even the guild would contact the clan tribe and let the clan tribe, Lord God, kick these dangerous people out of the faction. If it was too much, there was a possibility that they would be imprisoned and punished. Although the clan tribe with a certain amount of power would certainly be able to more or less ignore part of the punishment. For example, Apollo's clan tribe directly kidnapped Baal. Even if they would be warned by the guild, they would certainly be able to avoid punishment under the condition of paying a certain price. But that was only under the condition that the behavior was not too excessive. There would be room for maneuver. When it was time for the guild to take action, they would still use actions to warn others. Otherwise, the citizens of Eulalia would not be able to live here. Therefore, criminal acts would still be banned. Noah had directly destroyed the gate of a clan tribe base camp. This was not a big deal. Even if the people of Noah's clan tribe reported Noah to the guild, the most Noah could do was compensate for the loss of the gate. However, that was only if Noah really intended to destroy the door of someone else's house. Lily didn't think that Noah would make such a big move just to destroy a door. Perhaps, in the end, it really might evolve into a struggle between the clan tribe and the clan tribe. At that time, things would really get out of hand. Noah's expression didn't change at all as he spoke to Lily. "You just need to watch quietly." While they were talking, the sound of panicked footsteps could be heard from the inside of the burning door. It didn't take long for a group of people to put out the fire and notice Noah and Lily standing outside the gate. They all rushed out and surrounded Noah and Lily. In the eyes of these people, Noah saw a kind of looming madness. It was a symbol of being captured by the divine wine. In such a group of people, the eyes of the man in the lead did not have that kind of symbol, and he looked quite sober. However, in the eyes of this person, Noah saw a stronger, evil aura. Seeing the person in the lead, Lily could not help but whisper, "Sanis Rustra." Noah had also heard this name from Loki. Sanis Rustra, the leader of Su-Mo's clan tribe. His level was only LV2, but he was the person with the most authority in the entire clan tribe. That was because Su-Mo, as the Lord God, did not care about the affairs of the clan tribe and only focused on brewing wine. He left all the affairs of the entire clan tribe to Sanis. In other words, the person in front of him was the leader of the crazy group called Su-Mo's clan tribe. According to Loki, as the leader, Sanis not only did not correct the distorted form inside the clan tribe, but also indulged and even promoted it. If Su-Mo's irresponsibility was the primary reason for the distortion of the entire Su-Mo's clan tribe, then Sanis' indulgence and promotion accelerated the distortion of the Su-Mo's clan tribe. The reason why this clan tribe appeared was definitely due to Sanis' contribution. Ed, on the other side, Sanis also noticed Lily's existence and raised his eyebrows. When he saw Noah, his pupils shrank again. Is it that tyrant? Why is he here? With such doubts in his heart, Sannes did not hesitate. He took a step forward and shouted at Noah from a distance. Are you the ones who destroyed the gate of our clan tribe? In one sentence, he cast aside Lily, who was also a member of the clan tribe, and directly put her in the same position as Noah. This approach made Lily's disheartened heart toward Sumo's clan tribe once again surge with a sense of disgust. Noah glanced around at everyone, and then looked at Sannes. I want to see Sumo. His unceremonious words made the faces of the people around him stiffen. Only Sannes glanced at Noah first, then at Lily, and grinned. I'm sorry, God Sumo never sees outsiders. Even if you want to see God Sumo will not agree. Please go back. Hearing this, Noah smiled. I didn't say that I needed to get permission to go in. With such a sentence, Noah directly took Lily's hand, who was at a loss, and walked in the direction of the Sumo's clan tribe headquarters. Stop. Sannes pulled out the weapon at his waist and pointed it at Noah. If you continue to move forward, we will treat you as enemies who intend to invade our clan tribe and report it to the guild. Hearing this, Noah stopped and turned his gaze to Sannes. Just when Noah cast his gaze on Sannes, the arrogant expression on Sannes' face froze. At this moment, Sannes really felt that he was being stared at by an extremely dangerous beast, and he began to feel a chill in his heart. This feeling made Sannes take a step back involuntarily. As Sannes' expression changed abruptly, Noah said faintly, in other words, you intend to start a battle between clan tribe and clan tribe here, right? We are just defending ourselves. Sannes said stubbornly, you are the ones who intend to break into our headquarters. That's where you're wrong. Noah glanced at Sannes. I just want to negotiate with your Lord God, Sumo, regarding the matter of Leluca Eddy. Lily was stunned. Lily Luca Eddy? Sannes finally looked Lily in the eye. His eyes were murderous. Eddy, what the hell are you doing? Lily suddenly fell into a state of confusion. Without giving Lily time to react, Noah spoke directly. I have already said the reason. If you stop me again, then I can only try to break in like you said. Having said that, Noah looked at Sannes with an intriguing gaze. Or, do you really intend to be enemies with me? Sannes' expression stiffened. Enemies? Enemies with the tyrant who single-handedly destroyed the entire clan tribe of Apollo. Only a fool would do that. I see. I will take you to see God, Sumo, Sannes suddenly sneered. However, our Lord God is not the kind of guy who will receive guests politely. Eddy, you should know this best, right? Lily's face darkened as well. Only Noah had a thoughtful look in his eyes. On the top floor of the tower-like building, there was a private room. The interior of the room was furnished with a huge cabinet that was big enough to cover a wall. There were many seedlings of plants and transparent wine bottles inside. Other than that, there were only some normal furnishings in the room. In this room, there was a young Adonis who looked a little thin and tall, wearing loose clothes similar to a robe. Seeing this young Adonis, Lily could not help but feel nervous, which made Noah narrow his eyes. He was Sumo. Chapter 926. In the depths of the room, with a spacious balcony, the god named Sumo was sitting at a work table, shaking the liquid in a transparent bottle and slowly pouring several different colored liquids from other bottles into it. As Sumo moved, the liquid in the bottle began to emit a charming wine fragrance. The aroma of the wine made Sannes' expression ease up, but it also made Lily's face turn pale bit by bit. There was no doubt that Sumo was making divine wine. Although it was not finished yet, the smell of the wine was enough to intoxicate the average person. However, while making the divine wine, Sumo did not pay attention to anything else at all. Whether it was Noah, Lily, and the others who came in from outside, or the explosion at the door, Sumo did not show any concern. He just mixed the ingredients for the wine there. Faced with Sumo's attitude, Noah felt a little angry. If Sumo was so focused that he could not care about anything else, that would be fine. At least, that would mean that Sumo did not know what was going on around him. However, Sumo had obviously noticed the arrival of Noah and the others. In the end, this god just stood there with a look of indifference. In other words, Sumo was ignoring Noah and the others, and it was not that he did not notice the arrival of Noah and the others. Lily seemed to have expected this situation, and she bit her lip with her pearly white teeth. Sannies, like Lily, was not surprised by Sumo's cold attitude at all, and even showed some contempt in his eyes. This person was actually looking down on his Lord God. Under such circumstances, Sannies glanced at Noah and sneered. He took a step forward and said, "Don't worry. God Sumo, there's a guest here who seems to be planning to negotiate with you about some matters regarding your subordinate, Leluka Eddie." As soon as Sannies' voice fell, Sumo's movements slowed down a little, but he did not stop and threw out such a sentence. "I'll leave it to you." From Sumo's words, Noah did not hear any part of trust. Obviously, Sumo said this not because he trusted Sannies and intended to leave the matter to Sannies, but because he was pushing the matter away. As for who was to blame, Sumo did not care. "Did you all hear that?" Sannies shrugged as if he had no other choice, and sneered. "Sumo has left everything to me. If there's anything, you can talk to me." Lily let out a self-tormenting laugh and tightened her grip on Noah's hand. "That's right, Lord Noah. If you have anything to discuss with Sumo's family, it's useless to talk to Sumo. Sumo has handed over all matters, big and small, to Lord Sannies. You can only talk to Lord Sannies. Talk to him." Noah turned around and looked at Sannies. As soon as he met Noah's eyes, Sannies felt as if he was being stared at by a dangerous beast, causing his expression to become unnatural. Seeing this, Noah could not help but laugh. He raised his head, looked at Sumo, and threw out such a sentence lightly. "Are you really a god?" The movements of Sumo's hands suddenly stopped. Not to mention Sumo, even Lily and Sannies were shocked by Noah's lack of respect, and instead, his words were full of sarcasm. "Although I can't say that every god I've seen is a good person, almost all of them have a strong sense of self, making people clearly realize that they are indeed transcendental existences that are different from us." Noah looked straight at Sumo. "But in you, I don't see any sense of self, and even your sense of existence is pitifully indifferent. So are you really a god?" Lord Noah." Lily was a little frightened. "Now, there's nothing to talk about." Sunny smiled insidiously, being denied by Noah so bluntly. No matter what Noah's purpose was, disrespect to a god was enough to cause Sumo to feel disgusted and break up the conversation. And that was what Sannies wanted to see. For Noah, who was obviously on Lily's side, Sannies did not think that he would come up with anything interesting. At least for Sannies, it was definitely not something interesting. However, Noah's words did make Sumo react. Sumo raised his head slowly. Only then did Noah realize that Sumo had extremely long bangs that covered his eyes tightly. However, Noah also clearly felt Sumo's gaze. Immediately after, Sumo squeezed out this sentence. "What's the point of listening to children like you, who are easily indulging in wine?" Hearing those words that lacked any inflection, Lily was speechless and froze on the spot. Even Noah completely understood Sumo's inner thoughts with this sentence. Sumo was disappointed. He was disappointed in the members of his faction, and he was also disappointed in the people of the lower realm. The reason for the distortion of Sumo's clan was undoubtedly because of the divine wine. Sumo took out the divine wine mainly because he wanted to use the divine wine as a reward to increase the motivation of the faction members. As a result, the children under Sumo's command were captured by the magic of the divine wine one by one, indulging in the pleasure brought by the divine wine. Sumo must have witnessed all kinds of ugly fighting behaviors of the children in the clan for a period of time in order to get the divine wine, right? Seeing such a scene, Sumo could not help but feel disappointed. Sumo did not mean any harm. No matter what, at least this Prince Charming did not deliberately use the divine wine to make the children in the clan go crazy in order to obtain funds, because his interest in brewing wine required a lot of financial support so that he could earn money by any means. After Sumo was disappointed, he completely gave up on the people of the lower realm, no longer had any interest in them, and no longer cared about them. However, It was this look of extreme disappointment in the children that made Noah's heart burst with anger. Without any hesitation, Noah stepped forward and grabbed Sumo's collar. Sumo was caught off guard and lifted him up fiercely. "Lord Noah!" Lily turned pale with fright and was thrown into a panic. What are you doing?" Sandy's expression also changed greatly, but he did not intend to step forward. There was only fear in his eyes when he looked at Noah, and he did not show any concern for the safety of his Lord God. Noah ignored Lily and Sandy's shocked look and held Sumo's collar. Looking at Sumo's bewildered look, he spoke in a deep voice. "What right do you have to be disappointed in your own children? Do you think that your clan members sank into the divine wine because their will was not strong enough? Do you think that you have no reason at all?" The three questions in a row made Sumo confused. Indeed, compared to you gods, many of the people in the lower realm are insignificant. Their wills are not firm either. Just a little bit of temptation is enough to make them fall. But it is precisely because of this that people need gods. They are praying for the gods' guidance, hoping that the gods will save them from the abyss of depravity, Noah said coldly. And you, from the beginning to the end, have never thought of guiding your own children. You have never played the role of a god. In this way, your children have fallen and fallen. Who can you blame? What right do you have to be disappointed in those children who have lost the guidance of God? Sumo's expression finally changed a little, and his eyes, hidden deep under his bangs, also wavered. "I won't deny your attitude, because some people really can't stand the slightest temptation. Their current depravity is only drawing out the dark side of their hearts. However, I dare not compliment your irresponsible and self-righteous behavior." Noah snorted coldly. "There are good deities and evil deities. There are good people and evil people. You can be disappointed in those evil people. However, you don't extend a helping hand to those who could be good. Therefore, you are not qualified to be disappointed in them." "That's right," Zhang Tai said. After leaving these words, Noah unceremoniously shook off Sumo's collar, causing Sumo to fall to the ground. He stared blankly at Noah, unable to react for a long time. Come to think of it, no one had ever said this to Sumo before, right? Therefore, Sumo had never realized that his indifference was the reason for the distortion of the clan, right? Then what Noah needed to do was to scold this dull god awake, right? Chapter 9:27. As Noah's voice fell, Sumo's room fell into a state of unbearable dead silence. Lily looked at Sumo, who had fallen to the ground, with a complicated expression on her face. Sanis looked at Noah in horror, as if he still could not believe that Noah would treat a god like this. Sumo, on the other hand, was at a loss as he murmured, "It's all my fault? You've never thought that the problem lies with you, have you?" Noah looked down at Sumo, who was at a loss, and the anger in his heart gradually turned into a trace of pity and sympathy. "No matter what, you're still a god. If you can't even see this level of problem, then I advise you to go back to the heavens. The lower realm is really not suitable for you." Sumo fell silent. Forget it. After venting all the anger in his heart, Noah no longer beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his trip. "I'm here just to ask you to release a member of your group. Of course, I'll pay the refund fee." Noah's words finally made the two gods present react. Lily clenched her fists tightly, and her palms began to sweat, but her eyes were full of strong expectation and pleading as she looked at Sumo. Sani's expression changed, and he screamed in his heart. Sanis was actually a very insidious person who was extremely loyal to his desires. Not only did this guy privately resell the divine wine brewed by Sumo for money, but he also had an extreme desire for money and women. Including tasting delicious food, Sanis greedily enjoyed all the pleasures in this world that could satisfy his physical desires. Therefore, Sanis liked Sumo's clan very much. That was because, in this clan tribe, not only did Sangis cover the sky with one hand, but no matter how many bad things he was involved in, Sumo, as the Lord God, would turn a blind eye and let Sangis do whatever he wanted, lawless to the extreme. It was also because of this that Sannies expressed his respect for God incisively and vividly. But in his heart, he did not take Su Immo seriously at all. Therefore, in addition to Su Mo's indifference to the operation of the clan, Sannies, as the leader, was also a very important reason why Su Mo's clan had deteriorated to this point. However, if Su Immo began to have independent thoughts about the clan tribe, it would definitely be the worst situation for Sannies. In that case, it was very likely that Su Immo would take out all the things that Sannies had done in private and settle them all. Because of this, Sannies absolutely could not let Su Immo free himself from the state of indifference to the clan tribe. He could not let Su Immo ask questions about the members of the clan tribe. Immediately, Sunny stood up anxiously. "God, Su Immo, please leave this matter to me. I will definitely take care of it." Hearing this, Su Immo turned his head and looked at Sannies. Seeing that his over-god was looking at him, Sannies had an ominous premonition. It was impossible for Su Immo not to know what kind of person Sannies was. The reason why he had always allowed Sannies, a person with an ugly heart, to run amok in the clan tribe was not because Su Immo did not know what kind of person Sannies was, but because he was disappointed in the children of the lower realm and did not care about the character of the people who managed the clan tribe. Now, with Noah's words, although Su Immo could not be said to have come to his senses, he finally looked at the problem in front of him head-on. In this way, how could Su Immo, who understood Sannies' character, listen to Sannies' words? Therefore, Su Immo just glanced at Sannies and immediately cast his gaze on Lily. After a while, he nodded. "I understand." Su Immo finally began to ask about the matters of the clan tribe. "Damn it!" Sannies' head heated up, and he looked at Noah fiercely and roared violently. "It's all your fault." The hot-headed Sannies suddenly pulled out the one-handed sword at his waist and rushed in Noah's direction without any hesitation. The weapon in his hand drew a cold arc, and he slashed fiercely at Noah's head. Whoosh! However, almost at the same time, a foot seemed to appear out of thin air, carrying a whistling wind, and kicked heavily on Sannies' chest. Bang! The muffled sound rang throughout the room. Sannies spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string at a faster speed than when he rushed in Noah's direction. He hit the wall heavily, his head tilted, and he fainted. Only then did Noah retract his foot. He seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke indifferently. As a LV2 high-level adventurer, this guy will not be confused by the divine wine, but his conduct and actions are uglier than those who are confused by the divine wine. With such a sentence, Noah stared at Su Immo. "It was you who indulged this person and let him wantonly expand the number of people who disappointed you." Su Immo was speechless. The room once again returned to silence. After an unknown amount of time, Sannies was dragged out of Su Immo's room by two people. Su Immo personally ordered Sannies to be locked in the dungeon. The members of Su Immo's clan, who clearly knew that Su Immo was indifferent to the clan tribe, were extremely shocked, but they still obediently carried out the orders of the Lord God and locked Sannies in the dungeon. It was not until Sannies was dragged out of the room that Lily came in front of Su Immo, turned around, and took off her robe. She pressed the clothes in front of her and rolled up the clothes on her back, revealing her back that was engraved with the word grace. It was like an inscription, engraved with the word sacred. Lily Luca, Erde LV. 1 strength, I-42 durability, I-42 dexterity, H-143 dexterity, G-285 magic power, F-317 magic, Cinderella, transformation magic. Transformation image changes according to imagination when chanting. Failure when lack of specificity. Suggested imitation. Chant. Your engraving belongs to me, and my engraving still belongs to me. Spell deciphering. The voice of the apocalypse at 12 o'clock. Skills. Behind the scenes, bonus when the weight of the equipment exceeds a certain amount. Ability bonus is proportional to the weight. Relying on his sensitivity to language and writing, Noah now almost understood how to interpret the sacred characters after seeing them many times. Seeing the ability value on Lily's back, Noah almost instantly interpreted the value above. Sumo directly picked up the sword that Sannies had dropped on the ground, cut a wound on his finger, and dripped the divine blood on Lily's back. The complex engraving emitted a soft blue light. Sumo's fingers gently slid on Lily's back, depicting a few specific movements. Immediately afterward, the light emitted from the engraving began to slowly fade, and even the engraving itself became faint. From this moment on, Lily's ability value was sealed. Because Sumo had transferred Lily's ownership, the divine blood no longer had an effect on the sacred characters. However, when Lily joined the clan again and obtained the divine blood of the main god of the clan, then her ability value would be awakened again. The freedom that she had been looking forward to for a long time was obtained just like that. Lily's heart was neither happy nor sad, only endless loss and complexity. This is the withdrawal fee. Noah put a money bag full of gold coins in front of Sumo, 3 million Varus for a LV. One supporter's withdrawal fee. This should be enough, right? After saying this, Noah took Lily's hand, who was full of complicated feelings, and walked out of Sumo's room. Only Sumo was left at the scene, staring blankly at the backs of Noah and Lily as they left. After a while, he murmured, "Really, is it my fault?" After walking out of the Sumo's clan base camp, Lily, who had been silent, spoke softly. "Master Noah, thank you very much. I'm just doing what I want to do." Noah looked ahead. "What are your plans next?" Lily opened her mouth, but could not say anything. Seeing this scene clearly, Noah sighed. Then, "Do you want to come to my side?" Lily was stunned. Chapter 928. When dusk came, Noah, who had returned to the base camp of Hestia's clan, was greeted with an indescribable silence the moment he stepped through the door. In the living room, Hestia, who had been reading a book, was lying on the sofa and staring at Noah blankly. She had no reaction. Actually, to be more precise, he was looking at the little human girl beside Noah. Bale, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen, also saw the little girl standing beside Noah. He held the spatula in his hand and blinked several times. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he was also stunned. Lily, who was still carrying a huge backpack and wearing a white robe, stood beside Noah nervously. When she saw Hestia's dumbfounded expression, she bowed deeply to Hestia. "Hello, Lady Hestia. I'm Lily Luca Erda. I'm here to join your clan because of your reputation." Lily's speech did not break the silence in the hall. Instead, it made the atmosphere stiffen. The stiff atmosphere made Lily, who was already a little nervous, sweat drip down her forehead. She looked uneasy. Only Noah was able to maintain his usual calmness, but he also sighed and laughed bitterly. "That's what she said. Don't you think it's rude to stand there in a daze?" However, this time, even though Noah said that, Hestia and Bale did not react. They were still staring blankly at Lily and did not make a sound for a long time. When the atmosphere was so stiff that it was unbearable, Hestia murmured as if she was sleep-talking. Finally, Lily opened her eyes wide and nervously waited for Hestia to continue. Finally, Bale blinked again with a confused look on his face. Finally, even Noah was a little confused, scratching his head in confusion. Under such circumstances, tears began to well up in Hestia's eyes. In the end, Noah was still abducted by another girl outside, and even brought that girl home. Lily was stunned. Bale was also stunned. Even Noah could not help but stand there in a daze. He was at a loss for words. At this moment, Hestia threw away the book in her hand and threw herself at Noah with tears in her eyes. "No, I won't allow it," Hestia shouted. Before Noah could react, she threw herself on Noah and hugged Noah's head tightly with both hands. She even clamped her legs tightly on Noah's waist as she cried. "I can't be abducted by a girl outside. Noah, all girls are vixens. They will eat Noah until there's nothing left. Only I, a pure virgin goddess, am worthy of you. Oh. Noah, who was hugged by Hestia, was completely stunned. His head was pressed in Hestia's arms, and his face was directly pressed into the goddess's breasts. Then, Without even the time to feel shaken, Noah's breathing gradually became uneven. In the end, he couldn't even breathe, and his face turned ashen. Even if he was a god slayer, he still needed to breathe. Even if he was the darling of the world, Noah couldn't live without air. Therefore, under that unexpected attack, Noah's biggest crisis in history actually occurred at this time. Unable to even speak, Noah was so suffocated that his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. "Lord Noah," Lily exclaimed. "Exalted, exalted God." Baal also reacted. He rushed out of the kitchen and paced around anxiously. "Quick, let go of the leader. He's going to die. He's going to die." Hastia seemed to have only just realized what situation Noah was in. She lowered her head and looked at Noah, who was in her arms, and her eyes widened. Instead of letting go, she anxiously hugged him tighter. "What? Noah, you can't die. If you die, what will happen to me? Then hurry up and let go of me." Noah roared in his heart, but because of the lack of oxygen, he began to gradually become confused. Even his hands and feet became weak, and he couldn't pull away from the goddess. In the end, Noah could only faintly hear the screams of Hastia, Lily, and Baal, and then he lost consciousness. 10 minutes later, Noah, who was lying on the sofa, pressed his head and looked weak. Seeing Noah's weak appearance, Lily and Baal shuddered. They didn't expect that the tyrant, who couldn't even defeat Eulalaia's ultimate weapon and single-handedly destroyed the entire Apollonian race, would almost be suffocated to death in Hastia's arms. The weapon-named goddess was simply too terrifying. Even Noah had a bitter smile on his face. "I almost became the first god slayer in history to be suffocated to death by a girl." Hastia looked at Noah with tears in her eyes. "Noah, what did you just say?" "Nothing." Noah sighed loudly, sat up from the sofa, and looked at Hastia with an annoyed expression. "I want to ask you, what's wrong with you? Who told Noah to be abducted by a vixen outside?" Hastia stared at Lily and pointed at her nose. "By the way, who the hell are you?" Lily's body stiffened when she saw Hastia's fierce glare. She didn't know what to do. "Hey, Commander." Baal sneaked up to Noah and whispered. "That child is the one who stole the weapon you bought from me last time, right?" "Yes." Noah didn't hide anything and nodded. "Well, a lot of things have happened. In short, this child isn't a bad person. Don't worry about what happened in the past." "No, I don't care." Baal quickly shook his head. "Commander, you bought the weapon for me. Of course, you can decide what to do with it. I won't have any objections." "That's good." Noah scratched his cheek and turned to Hastia, who was glaring at Lily. "Hastia, don't be so hostile. A lot of things have happened to this child. She has suffered a lot in the past. If possible, I hope you can let her join our clan so that she can enjoy the good times after the suffering." Hestia immediately raised her eyebrows, but her eyes didn't move away from Lily. She stared at Lily and puffed up her cheeks. "Are you really not a bad girl who wants to abduct Noah?" "Oh, Lily doesn't have such thoughts." Lily quickly shook her head. "Lily is just an insignificant supporter. How could I possibly abduct Lord Noah? That's hard to say." Hastia's eyes were filled with doubt. "I've seen many famous people fall into depravity because of a woman. Who knows if you're here to harm Noah?" Lily lowered her head as if she couldn't find the words to refute. "Hastia." Noah frowned and knocked on Hastia's head. "She's here to seek refuge with you. How could you say such unpleasant words?" But tears welled up in Hastia's eyes again. She looked at Noah with a pitiful gaze. "I'm worried." Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Hastia's pitiful appearance. Ever since the war game, Hastia's desire to monopolize Noah had reached a peak. She would follow Noah around at home. Even when Noah came back from outside, Hastia would make Noah tell her everything that happened that day. It was as if she didn't pay attention, Noah would run away and never come back. Noah couldn't do anything about it. Noah also knew that because almost every god outside wanted to poach him into their family clan, Hasti, who treasured Noah, had become extremely sensitive. But there was no need to be so nervous, right? In short, listen to Lily's story first. Noah said to Hastia. You can make a decision after you hear it. Chapter 929. That's it. Lily, who had confessed her past, lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Hestia. She could only force out her words with great difficulty. Lily knows that Lily is a dirty person. If a dirty little person like Lily joins the Hestia clan, it is very likely that the reputation of the Hestia clan will be damaged, and it may also affect everyone. However, Lily will try her best to not get everyone involved. Please let Lily join the Hestia clan. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy as soon as Hestia finished her words. Your Highness, Bale said through clenched teeth as he looked at Hestia with a pleading gaze. I would also like to ask you to take in Miss Leluca. It was only natural that Bale would react this way. After all, Bale himself had been rejected by many of the clans, leading to his desperation. In the end, he was picked up by Hestia and joined her clan, so he didn't end up on the streets. Compared to Bale, Lily's situation was even worse. Therefore, if Hestia did not take Lily in, then Lily, who was a professional supporter, might end up like Bale and be rejected by all the clans. In the end, she could only end up on the streets. Belle, who didn't want to see others in the same situation as him, pleaded. It was obvious that he sympathized with Lily because they were in the same boat. However, Hestia only crossed her arms and closed her eyes as if she was deep in thought. She did not speak for a long time. Seeing this, Lily's heart became uneasy. Bale didn't dare to disturb Hestia, but his kind nature gave him the courage to do so. Your Highness, please. Before Bale could finish his sentence, Noah, who had been listening quietly, reached out his hand and pressed on Bale's shoulder. He shook his head at Bale. Hestia will make her own judgment. Just wait and see, Roland said. Bale opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose to keep quiet and obediently waited for Hestia's decision. After a while, Hestia opened her eyes and looked at Lily. I understand your situation now. I just want to ask you, after joining our clan, do you still plan to continue doing those dirty things? At this moment, Hestia's eyes seemed to be able to see through all the disguises in the world, which made Lily's heart tremble slightly. Lily knew that she was being tested by Hestia, but that was to be expected, since Lily had such a criminal record. Even if Hestia didn't blame her for what she had done in the past, if Lily continued to do that after joining Hestia's clan, it would be Hestia's fault. Hestia was different from Suemo. Although this little goddess basically did not have much ability, she would treat the children in her clan as her real family and was willing to take on everything for her children. She was much more responsible than Suemo. If Lily continued to do things that would ruin her reputation in the future, Hestia would definitely not allow it. Just like how a parent would never allow their child to steal or rob. Now, Hestia was in such a state. Under Hestia's gaze, Lily couldn't hide her feelings anymore, because in front of God, the people of the lower realm could not lie. Once they lied, they would be seen through by God in an instant. Therefore, Lily took a deep breath and said the truest words in her heart. In fact, Lily also hates herself for being a dirty person, so Lily will not continue to do that kind of thing. The whole hall was suddenly silent. Hestia's eyes stared closely at Lily's eyes, and after a while, she said so. Then if you do it again, what should I do? That won't happen, Lily said firmly. Lily will never do that kind of thing again. The moment he finished speaking, silence spread throughout the hall once again. Both Hestia and Lily remained silent. They kept looking at each other and didn't move their eyes away. Finally, Hestia nodded. Understand. In that case, I will allow you to join my clan. Hearing this, Lily abruptly raised her head and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Not only Lily, but even Bale was beaming with joy. But Hestia's expression suddenly became fierce. You must not have any ideas about Noah. Lily's eyes widened at Hestia's warning. Before Lily could react, Hestia trotted to Noah's side and hugged Noah's arm. She looked down at Lily condescendingly. Noah belongs to me alone. No one can have him. Lily's face twitched. For a moment, Lily had a strong urge to change her mind. She wanted to join Hestia's clan. Exalted Goddess. Even Belle had an awkward expression on his face as he apologized to Lily. I'm sorry, Miss Lily. Lady Exalted Goddess means no harm. She just likes Leader too much. That's right. Hestia raised her head and said proudly, "In this world, no one likes Noah more than I do. So, no one is allowed to touch my Noah," Hestia said proudly. What she did not know was that her love did not make Leyland's heart beat faster. Instead, it made him feel very heavy. Noah could only look at Lily speechlessly. "Don't worry about this guy. Since you've joined our clan, you can live here from now on." "Yes," Lily agreed with a face full of joy. However, Bale suddenly raised his hand timidly. "There are only 3 rooms here, right?" Noah and Hestia looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, there were only 3 rooms in this house. I can sleep in the living room," Bale quickly said. "There's a sofa here. It's more comfortable than a bed. I can sleep in the living room." "How can that be?" Lily quickly shook her head. "Lily is the youngest in Hestia's family. She should be the one to sleep in the living room." "That won't do," Hestia objected, but what she said was different from what she had expected. "I don't feel safe letting Miss Supporter sleep in a place where I can't see her. What if she suddenly breaks in Noah's room in the middle of the night?" Lily and Bale were speechless. At this time, Hestia's eyes slightly turned and lit up. "Right, just let Miss Supporter stay in my room." Noah, Bale, and Lily looked at each other when they heard Hestia's words. Indeed, this was the best way to go. Unfortunately, Hestia didn't finish her words. "Let Miss Supporter sleep in my room, and I'll share a room with Noah." Hestia finally revealed her plan. "This way, I can keep an eye on Noah and prevent Noah from being abducted by a vixen." Lily and Bale almost fell to the ground. Even Noah felt weak all over. Is this Lolita goddess thinking about such nonsense all day long? "That's enough," Noah said helplessly as he rubbed his temples. "I'll let Lily sleep in my room." "What?" Hestia, Lily, and Bale were stunned. Then they all cried out in surprise. Eh, eh, eh. When Noah heard their cries, he knew that they had misunderstood. "What are you thinking?" Noah rolled his eyes. "I'm planning to go to the dungeon depths again tomorrow, so I won't be back for a while. That's why I let Lily sleep in my room." Hearing this, Hestia, Lily, and Belle finally let out a sigh of relief. "An expedition to the deeper levels of the dungeon?" Hestia asked worriedly. "Is there a problem?" "It's not the first time I'm going to the dungeon depths." Noah rubbed Hestia's head. "How could there be a problem?" Hestia nodded and looked at Noah. "Then you have to be careful." "Don't worry." Noah smiled and nodded. Lily and Bale were envious. Entering the dungeon depths? Ordinary adventurers couldn't go to the dungeon depths. When would they be able to enter the dungeon depths? Noah's thoughts started to wander. It was time to leave this world. Chapter 9:30. On the 17th floor of the dungeon, Noah walked into the vast cave that led to the 18th floor, which could give birth to level 4 Goliath. After a few days, he entered the cave again. The last time he fought with level 4 Goliath and level 5 Goliath, it became bumpy and battered. The scene had been restored to its original state. The dungeon originally had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, the monsters born from the walls, floor, and ceiling would leave traces every time they broke free from the shackles of the rocks. Then, the entire dungeon would have been riddled with holes. Hence, Noah wasn't surprised at all when he saw that the cave was still intact. He only turned his gaze to the huge wall that could give birth to Goliath. Looking at the wall that was as smooth as ice, he rubbed his chin. It seems that this time, the level master will not violate the rules and appear. According to the rules of the dungeon, the birth time of the level master must be 1 or 2 months after death. The reason why the second Goliath appeared immediately last time and was upgraded to level 5 was entirely because Noah used divine power without permission and attracted the rejection of the dungeon. Now that Noah had entered in a well-behaved manner, it naturally wouldn't cause any abnormalities. If that's the case, I can also give it a try here. With such a sentence, Noah took out a piece of parchment. Noah Dole LV. 3 power. SSS 1761. SSS 2000 durability. SSS 1775. SSS 2000 dexterity. SSS 1763. SSS 2000 agility. SSS 1778. SSS 2000 Magic, SSS 1750, SSS 2000 Mystery, H Magic Guide, iMagic, Skills, Protection from the World, Permanent Skills. Equivalent to luck. Events that had a direct relationship with luck would eventually lead to the most favorable results. This morning, before Noah left the base camp of Hestia's family, Hestia helped Noah to update his ability value. After this period of twists and turns, Noah finally accumulated the proficiency of the basic ability to the maximum and could continue to upgrade to the next level. In the morning, Hestia also said that Noah had killed level 4 Goliath and level 5 Goliath, which was enough to upgrade. Noah could be upgraded to level 4. However, Noah did not let Hestia help him upgrade. This time, Noah had to do it himself. Since I found out that divine power not only reacts to authority, but also to grace, I have always had this idea. Noah held the parchment that recorded his ability value. Perhaps I can also upgrade my ability value by myself. Who knows? This was not a baseless claim. This was because Noah's divine power was derived from a drop of God's blood that Hasti had dropped into Noah's body. Noah's mana source had absorbed a trace of the divine power and derived his divine power from it. Then, divine power should be able to play the same role as divine blood. Of course, that did not mean that when Noah used divine power, his blood would become divine blood. However, Hestia's divine blood had already been dripped into Noah's body and was absorbed by Noah's body. Then, using the energy extracted from Hestia's divine blood to draw out the divine blood in his body, it might have the same effect as Hestia herself dripping her divine blood on Noah. This was Noah's idea. During this period of time, the reason why Noah did not hurry to leave after obtaining the world fragment was because he wanted to learn this sacred script and master the method of upgrading his ability value with divine power. Otherwise, once he left this world, without Hestia, Noah would not be able to upgrade his ability value. That won't do. Noah suddenly smiled. God's grace is of great help to me. In fact, from the perspective of the improvement in strength, Noah's improvement brought by God's grace was really nothing much. After all, Noah had the authority that could rival divine power, and the gate of Babylon that was not inferior to the authority in the slightest. Compared to the power of authority and gate of Babylon, the improvement that God's grace brought to Noah was really nothing. However, the grace of God could continuously draw out the possibilities in Noah's body. At present, the grace did not bring much improvement to Noah, but when he reached LV 5, LV 6, LV 7, or even LV 8, how much improvement would it bring? If there was no end to the improvement, then how much improvement would it bring? This was one of the reasons why the grace was valued by Noah. The second reason was that the grace brought 3 aspects of development ability, skills, and magic. For example, the mystery that could cause miracles, or the magic that could increase the power of magic, and so on. These development abilities were very useful. Coupled with the discovery of skills and magic, as long as he could obtain a powerful skill or magic, it would be a profit for Noah. Then there was the last and most important reason. That was one of the basic abilities, the durability, which would bring unimaginable benefits to Noah. This ability was mainly used to improve the body's ability to resist attacks, the ability to reduce physical damage, and the ability to bear the burden of the body. Don't forget, when Noah used the authority, once he used 2 avatars, not only would his magic power enter a state of intense consumption, but his body would also bear an unimaginable burden. Now, Noah had an unlimited source of magic power, so his magic power was no longer a problem. If he could increase the durability, then he could greatly extend the time he could use 2 avatars at the same time. In this way, when the durability ability was increased to the extreme, it would not be a dream for Noah to freely use all 10 avatars. Of course, using avatars at the same time would also bring a burden to the spirit. But Noah's soul was originally very strong, and the strength of the spirit, which was directly linked to the soul, would also continue to increase. Considering from this point of view, it could be understood how much the grace would help Noah, right? With such expectations, Noah closed his eyes, and his mind was immersed in the source of magic power in his body. With a move of Noah's mind, the dark hole-like source of magic power began to spin, and instantly turned into a source of divine power. Then, Noah controlled the divine power in the source of divine power, and let the divine power flow through his body. At this moment, Noah felt the ability value on his back emit an amazing temperature. Immediately, Noah poured the divine power into the ability value on his back in one breath. Clang! Outside, Noah's back suddenly bloomed with a blue light, illuminating the whole space. Immediately after, Noah's mind entered a dreamlike state. It was as if he was constantly sinking into the depths of his body, discovering some bright specks of light. Noah's mind was shocked, and without hesitation, he used his mind to wrap up those spots of light and led them into his body. Suddenly, on Noah's back, the hard-to-understand text began to jump and gradually changed. After an unknown amount of time, the text followed the blue light and disappeared into Noah's back. At the same time, a wave of information followed the flow of divine power in Noah's body and rushed into Noah's mind. Noah Dole LV. For strength, SSS 2000 A846 durability, SSS 2000 A868 dexterity, SSS 2000 A855 agility, SSS 2000 A873 magic, SSS 2000 A842 mystery, H magic, I swordsman, I magic skill protection from the world a permanent skill, equivalent to luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most beneficial result. The corner of Noah's mouth slowly lifted. Chapter 9:31. This was a very peaceful forest. There were no signs of human habitation, and there was no end to it. It was like an endless ocean. At a glance, everything was green. In this tranquil forest, a small stream slowly flowed from afar. It was like a small Milky Way embellishing this lush sea of trees, giving people a feeling of being in a paradise. However, this tranquility did not last long. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely sudden and heavy muffled sound, a rather large black shadow suddenly shot out from a corner of the forest. Soon after, it crashed onto the ground. Dong! Under the impact of the rather large black shadow, the ground trembled slightly. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke rose everywhere. After which, amidst the dense dust and rock fragments that flew in all directions, the enormous black figure rubbed against the ground, plowing a long gully on the ground. It dragged for nearly 100 meters before slowly coming to a stop. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a giant made of stone. It was about 2 to 3 meters tall, and had an extremely sturdy human silhouette. Pa-pa-pa-pa. The sudden, huge movement caused the birds in the forest to flutter their wings in panic and flee. Ayo! The stone giant that was knocked down on the ground let out a roar that was both angry and fearful. It struggled to get up from the ground. At this moment, in the depths of the forest, a clear sound of footsteps began to reverberate. In the clear sound of footsteps, a human figure slowly appeared in front of it. Ayo! Looking at the figure that slowly appeared from the depths of the forest, the stone giant's roar became even more fearful. Then, the owner of the figure stopped and slightly raised his head, exposing his face to the dazzling sun. The newcomer had black hair and black eyes. It was Noah who left the world of looking for a chance encounter in the underground city and came to a new world. Looking at the big guy that was roaring at him, Noah raised his eyebrows. You seem to be able to more or less understand the meaning of my words. Then you should know that if you continue to fight like this, you definitely won't be able to win against me. Why don't you just obediently back down here? The stone giant seemed to be able to more or less understand the meaning of Noah's words. A pair of hollow eyes stared at Noah. A long while later, it finally emitted a roar that was filled with unwillingness. It took heavy steps and gradually retreated into the depths of the forest opposite of Noah. Seeing this, Noah let out a sigh of relief and laughed bitterly. What a strange world. It had already been half a day since Noah had come to this world. During this half a day, Noah felt as if he had returned to the time when he entered the deep mountains and forests for cultivation. It was almost impossible for him to have a moment of peace. As for why, it was because there seemed to be many unknown creatures in this forest. When Noah entered this world, he appeared in this forest. Then, after spending half a day, Noah was looking for a way out of the forest. In the end, as he was unfamiliar with this place, naturally it was not so smooth. If he simply wanted to leave the forest, there were many ways to do so. However, the unknown creatures in this forest would come out from the surroundings from time to time and cause various disturbances to Noah. At the beginning, Noah was found by a flame-like creature that could float, move, and even make sounds. It was obvious that it had life and consciousness. It seemed to be deliberately luring Noah and continuously led Noah into the depths of the forest. In addition, there were birds that could summon fog, flowers that emitted poisonous gas, small lizards that crawled in the dark, and even trees that walked on their own. Moreover, they seemed to be deliberately trying to mess with Noah. In various ways, Noah was badly battered, which was why Noah was still unable to find a way out of the forest. Most importantly, there seemed to be many powerful creatures in this forest. For example, the stone giant, just now. According to the monster classification that Noah encountered in the dungeon in the previous world, the stone giant was at least level 3, which was much stronger than the Minotaur. Unfortunately, for an opponent of this level, even though Noah had just arrived in this world and had not reached the point where he could use his authority, he could still easily deal with it. After all, before leaving the previous world, Noah had updated his ability value on his own and raised it to LV4. Moreover, his all-around strength value had reached stage A. To put it bluntly, the current Noah, even if he did not use enhancing magic, with the level 4 bonus and the 4 basic ability enhancements of strength, durability, dexterity, and agility, he could definitely compete with Hercules the Berserker and not be at a disadvantage. If he used enhancing magic, he could directly crush Hercules without any suspense. Wasn't it easy to deal with an LV 3 stone giant as easy as it could be? Of course, the stone giant that was equivalent to LV 3 was the strongest creature that Noah had encountered in the past half a day. The rest of the creatures were equivalent to LV 2, and there were even creatures equivalent to LV 1, but they were all dealt with by Noah with one hand. However, after being messed up by these inexplicable creatures, Noah had completely lost his direction and could not find a way out. If possible, I don't want to use the treasures and items in the treasure room for the time being. Who knows what kind of world this world will be? If I were to usher in the same situation as the last time, when I casually used divine power in the underground city, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Noah rubbed his temples. If there is really no other way, then I will use the treasures and items in the treasure room. For now, let's see if I can find a way out by myself. After making up his mind, Noah looked around. Although he could not see with his eyes, with Noah's excellent sensing ability, he could still sense that there were many creatures hiding in the surrounding forest. These creatures were the same as the ones that deliberately led Noah to get lost. They had been waiting for an opportunity to move and were ready to attack at any time. However, Noah did not feel any malice from these creatures. He reckoned that these creatures were just pranking Noah and deliberately leading Noah to get lost. Although they're not harmful, aren't they too mischievous? Noah sighed. If that's the case, it will be difficult to deal with them. What a pity. After saying that, Noah raised his awareness to prevent himself from being led astray by those inexplicable creatures. At the same time, he expanded his sensing ability. Noah's sensing ability was not a scouting ability. It was similar to a sixth sense. Of course, this ability could not be used to scout, but it could be used to detect the aura of any creature. If he could find the aura of a human in the forest, then Noah would be able to walk out of the forest. However, the range of Noah's sensing ability was not very wide. At most, it could only expand to a range of tens of meters with him as the center. Therefore, at the same time that he expanded his sensing ability, Noah had to keep moving around to be able to scout. Just like that, Noah continued to scout in the forest with all sorts of strange creatures. In the blink of an eye, the sky was gradually turning to dusk. No, there's no other way. In a corner of the forest, Noah finally gave up on self-reliance. Let's try using the relic and tools in the treasure room. As soon as he made this decision, before Noah could open his treasure room, a faint sound came into Noah's ears from the direction of the forest. Noah was slightly startled, then his eyes lit up. A human voice? It was indeed a human voice. Although it was very weak, Noah heard it. I hope it's not those mischievous creatures. Noah walked in the direction of the sound. Not sure if it was because Noah walked in the right direction. The trees in front of him began to decrease, and his vision became wider. Not long after, a building appeared in Noah's vision. Chapter 9:32. Looking at the building that suddenly appeared in front of him, Noah almost couldn't believe his eyes. This was because the building in front of him was too luxurious. Not only was there a pure white wall like a city wall, but there was also an extremely beautiful courtyard inside the wall. Several exquisite minarets were located in several directions, making the building look like a palace. It was quite luxurious. The luxurious building seemed to have been specially designed with a lot of effort. The surroundings were filled with plants to beautify the environment, and there was also a fountain. In front of the building, there was a river flowing with clear water. On the river, a bridge was built on top of it, connecting the entrance of the building to the road in Noah's direction. Of course, if the building was just too luxurious, Noah wouldn't be so surprised. However, in such a forest with all kinds of strange creatures, there is actually such a luxurious building, which was really surprising. The faintly discernible sounds that Noah heard came from inside the building. From where Noah was looking, he could even see that inside the building, there were some girls in pure white uniforms chatting and laughing while taking a stroll in the beautiful courtyard. Uniforms? Noah was really surprised. Could it be that it's a school? After being surprised, Noah began to ponder. It seems that the breakthrough of this world is here. As long as it was a place with people, he would be able to obtain information. Although the luxurious building in front of him was located in an inexplicable forest, which made Noah feel more or less strange. Looking at the atmosphere inside, it didn't seem to be a shameful place. However, since this building was built in such a place, it's very likely that it was built to isolate people. There are things that ordinary people can't come into contact with. Just like Haolang Academy, which is researching surpassers, it's best not to barge in openly. Noah couldn't help but feel helpless. In the end, I still have to use it, don't I? After saying that, Noah extended one of his hands to the side. Buzz! A golden ripple directly fluctuated in the space next to Noah. It was like a ripple on the surface of the water, suspended there. Noah directly reached his hand into the golden ripple and took out a helmet from it. To be precise, it was a helmet-shaped hat that looked like a helmet. Although this hat didn't have any combat effect, it was still a treasure. Almost everyone knew that Hades, the king of the underworld in Greek mythology, had a helmet that could make him invisible. This was Hades' helmet of invisibility. Its only ability was to hide the wearer's body so that no one could discover the wearer's existence. Even smell and sound could be eliminated, achieving the effect of complete invisibility. I've lived for so long, but I've never tried to become invisible. Suddenly, Noah's of course. Buzz! In the next moment, Noah's figure slowly disappeared amidst the tremors in the air. Once he sneaked into the luxurious palace-like building, the first thing he did was to the courtyard. Around him, there were girls in pure white uniforms, chatting and laughing as they passed by. Each of the girls had the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family, which made Noah extremely curious. Why would such a group of girls stay in such a luxurious building in the forest? Could it be that this is the same place as Haolang Academy? With such doubts and curiosity, Noah walked forward aimlessly while carefully listening to the conversations of the girls around him. Hey, did you hear? The fire cat and the ice demon from the crow class are fighting in class again? Why is it the two of them again? They quarrel like that every day. How dare they call themselves aristocrats? That's why I can't stand those outstanding problem children in the Crow class. After all, one is an elf user from a declining aristocrat, and the other is a lady from a rural aristocrat. It's natural that they don't have good manners. That's true. While saying this, those young ladies with noble temperaments brushed past Noah, who couldn't be seen at all. Noah knitted his brows and mocked them. Don't worry, you're just a bunch of young ladies. No matter how much of a lady from a wealthy family they are, mocking others behind their backs is nothing more than a group of lowly girls. However, from the conversation of the girls, Noah was able to glean a few pieces of information. First, this was indeed a school, or at least it had the same nature as a school. Otherwise, there would not be such a name, Crow class, which was obviously used to differentiate between groups. Secondly, there seemed to be some aristocrats among the students here. Lastly, there was a term that Noah was rather concerned about. Elf user. Noah muttered, "What kind of existence is that?" After suppressing these doubts deep in his heart, Noah continued walking. It had to be said that this place was really big. The courtyard alone was enough to build a normal school, let alone a real school, which was ridiculously big. Perhaps it was because it was already dark, but the number of people gradually decreased. This made Noah unable to obtain much useful information from the conversations of the people here. However, Noah snuck into some of the buildings and saw something similar to a classroom, which made him even more certain that this was a school. However, for some reason, the interior environment of the building here was very strange. The stairs were crisscrossed. The corridor had many turns and forks. From time to time, some incredible creatures like the ones in the forest outside would pass by the corridor. Sometimes they were beast-like creatures. Sometimes they were creatures filled with a magical atmosphere. Sometimes they were creatures like will-o'-the-wisps. Sometimes they were creatures like balls of light. Walking in such a place, it was extremely easy to feel as if one had entered a fairy tale world. The feeling was as if this was not a place where humans should live, but a place where those wonderful creatures should live. Noah, who almost got lost again, finally walked out of those strange buildings with a distressed face. I don't understand. Every time he enters a new world, Noah generally needs to spend a lot of effort to obtain information about the world. For Noah, this is undoubtedly the most difficult stage. After all, if he doesn't first understand what kind of world the current world is, then he will be limited everywhere and can't move freely. If this world also has a world like Gaia and Aleia to help, Noah can only leave such a useless hope and continue to walk here. At this time, from one of the buildings, a person walked out. It was a tall woman who wore a red suit similar to that of an office lady. She had long grayish-silver hair and a seductive face full of mature charm. She also wore a pair of small glasses on her face. She looked to be a woman in her 20s or 30s. Noah's outstanding sensing ability allowed him to sense an unusual aura from this mature woman, causing him to stop in his tracks and stand there. Then, the mature woman slowly walked past Noah, her high-heeled shoes making loud sounds as she walked past him. It was at this moment that the mature woman stopped her footsteps. At the same time, Noah narrowed his eyes. Then, Noah, whose back was facing the mature woman, heard such a bewitching voice with a sneer and admiration. "You can actually let me get close to you before I notice your existence. You can be proud, intruder." The moment the words fell, a thick dark fog suddenly rose from Noah's back. Chi-chi. Following the emergence of the black fog, the surrounding air seemed to be filled with the smell of death and decay. This caused the leaves that fell from the nearby trees to rapidly wither at a speed visible to the naked eye when they came into contact with the fog. In an instant, they had completely withered and lost all signs of life. Immediately, the pitch-black fog was like a tidal wave. With a roll, it surged wildly toward Noah, who was wearing an invisible helmet and concealing his figure. Chapter 9:33. The thick dark fog surged out and directly shrouded Noah, who was wearing the invisibility helmet. There was not the slightest deviation, telling Noah that the other party was not bluffing, but had really discovered him. Hence, Noah's body moved as he sensed the corrosive wind coming from behind him. He suddenly shifted in the air and retreated in an instant. Bang! The dark fog with some fishy wind hit the ground where Noah was just now, setting off a strong impact wind, but it did not damage the ground at all. However, if a living person were to come into contact with that corrosive wind, their skin would probably be corroded, right? The pitch-black fog that mist-condensed in midair, turning into a pitch-black mass that looked like sewage. It fell on one of the mature woman's outstretched hands. The other party held the dark mass like dirty water and licked the corner of her mouth like a cruel demon, but also like an evil witch. Her eyes, which were the same color as her hair, shot straight in the direction of Noah. Come out, in front of me. That kind of little trick is useless. Don't tell me you haven't heard of my name, Twilight Witch Greyvath Shurimus? I really haven't heard of it. Noah curled his lips and took off the invisibility helmet on his head. Immediately, Noah's figure slowly appeared in front of the woman who called herself Greyvath. Oh, Greyvath raised her eyebrows. It's actually a man? Noah could more or less guess the reason why the other party said so. This was most likely an all-girls school, because from the beginning to the end, Noah did not see a single man here. So, that's why the other party had such a reaction, right? Can I ask? Noah glanced at the dark mass that undulated back and forth on Greyvath's hand, then looked directly at Greyvath and asked, "How did you find me?" The concealment ability of the invisibility helmet was superb. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a precious artifact. Not only could it completely hide the wearer's figure, but it could also eliminate smell and sound. Logically speaking, apart from someone like Noah, who had a sixth sense, they shouldn't have been able to discover it. You're really good at hiding yourself. Even I only noticed you after I got close to you. I guess it's because you don't have any malicious intent or killing intent, right? Gray and Vath looked at Noah with interest. It's a pity that I've offended too many people. Up until now, I've spent more than half of my life being targeted by assassins hiding in the dark. It's useless to hide beside me. I see. Noah shrugged and tossed the helmet of invisibility away, allowing it to be swallowed up by the golden ripples that suddenly appeared above his head. Gray Vath, who had been observing Noah, saw this scene, and the interest in her eyes grew stronger. You seem to have some interesting things. Thanks for the compliment, Noah said unhurriedly. Anyway, I'm not here to assassinate you, and I don't have any improper thoughts about anyone here. For this reason, can you let me go? That won't do. Gray Vath licked the corner of her mouth once again. Her expression was like a demon eyeing its prey, with a hint of flirtatiousness. This is the Elven Academy of Alicia, which specializes in nurturing elven envoys. More than half of the noble ladies of the Alicia Empire are here. If I let a man like you run around and something happens, I'll be in big trouble. Although that was what she said, Gray Vath didn't seem to be worried about this at all. Instead, she smiled sweetly as if she was interested in Noah. So, young man, you should stay. After saying that, Gray Vath slowly clenched her hand that was holding the pitch-black lump. Wong. Suddenly, the pitch-black lump in Gray Vath's hand rose up as if it was boiling. It gradually extended and turned into a long strip. In the next moment, the color that covered the long strip of pitch-black lump began to fade, exposing the object inside the lump to the air. It was a pitch-black knight's sword. Like a demon's scythe, the pitch-black knight's sword stirred up gusts of chilly wind. The moment the pitch-black knight's sword appeared, Noah's eyes narrowed. Without any warning, he took a step back. A golden ripple appeared in his hand, and a knight's sword flickered with golden light and fell into Noah's hand. Clang! Almost at the same time, the pitch-black knight's sword turned into a sword light, bringing along a cold arc as it shot towards Noah's throat. Clang! The sound of steel colliding with steel echoed in the air. The golden knight's sword clashed with the pitch-black knight's sword, creating sparks that filled the sky. Through the sparks that filled the sky, Noah and Gray Vath held their weapons tightly and looked at each other in surprise. So fast, this was the reason why Noah was surprised. He actually took it. This was the reason why Grey Vath was surprised. After the surprise, the two of them looked at each other with interest. At that moment, Noah's hand that was holding the sword tightened, and the strength that was added to the sword instantly increased by a few points. Clang! The two knights' swords clashed together violently, creating even more intense sparks. Grey Vath only felt a huge force pushing against Noah's sword, forcing her to give up the fight with Noah. As expected of a man, you have quite a lot of strength. After saying this, a phosphorescent wave of air burst out from Grey Vath's body and poured into the pitch-black knight's sword through Grey Vath's hand. Clang! The pitch-black knight's sword burst out with a dense black light, turning into sword shadows that slashed towards Noah's body like lightning. When the phosphorescent wave of air burst out from Grey Vath's body, Noah became a little more serious. This was because although Noah didn't know what the phosphorescent wave of air that surged from Grey Vath's body was, it gave Noah the feeling that it was very similar to magic power, divine power, and other supernatural and mysterious powers. It was very likely that it was also a kind of energy used to activate some kind of power. As this thought flashed through his mind, the knight's sword in Noah's hand suddenly soared to the extreme. Like a misty cold light, like a fierce electric light, with an unparalleled momentum and a heart-palpitating speed, it directly enveloped Grey Vath's sword shadows. Clang, 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 clang. All of a sudden, the sound of metal clashing rang out one after another. In the vast courtyard, two black shadows kept colliding, unfolding a dazzling sword dance. Noah's strength was overwhelming. After all, with his level raised to LV4 and his all-around strength raised to A stage, Noah's physical ability was now able to confront Hercules, who used to be a servant. With Grey Vath's tall and slender figure, it was estimated that she would be crushed by Noah's strength at the moment of contact. However, facing such a Noah, Grey Vath faced him head-on without fear, swinging a whirlwind of slashes. Grey Vath's strength didn't change. However, relying on the unknown phosphorescent power fluctuating around her, the knight's sword in Grey Vath's hand repeatedly bloomed with light, as if she was relying on the weapon to trigger a powerful force. Facing Noah, who was swinging his sword like a storm, she gathered all the power of the weapon to deflect the slashes that could split mountains and split rocks. If not, Grey Vath would definitely be defeated in an instant. As a result, Grey Vath's every attack contained almost all of her strength. If Grey Vath was a whirlwind, then Noah was a storm. Undoubtedly, his body that wasn't very strong showed an overwhelming sense of existence. Undoubtedly, the sword strikes that seemed to be light fell like meteorites. Over time, even with the support of the unknown power, which made the weapon burst out with a powerful force, Grey Vath gradually began to be unable to hold on and retreated. Chapter 9:34. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of swords and halberds continued to vibrate in the air. It was like an echo that continued to reverberate. In the vast courtyard, the bright sword light and the pitch-black sword light repeatedly clashed, setting off gusts of wind and sparks. It was dazzling. However, if one observed carefully, they would definitely be able to discover it. As time passed, the pitch-black sword light began to gradually slow down, while the resplendent sword light seemed to be at ease. Not only did it not weaken in the slightest, its strength and speed even increased, causing every slash to turn into a heavy blow that was not the slightest bit weaker than a meteor, shaking the ground to the point that it began to burst out pieces of gravel. In fact, Noah had indeed been merciful. Otherwise, with Noah's current ability value that was comparable to that of Hercules, even if he couldn't instantly kill Grey Vath, he could at least end the battle faster. The reason why he didn't do so was because he didn't want to hurt Grey Vath and cause the relationship between them to be irreconcilable. No matter what, Noah was the one who had invaded the Elven Academy of Alicia Elves. The one who was in the wrong was definitely not Grey Vath, but Noah. However, Grey Vath's strength was indeed above Noah's expectations. Gray and Vath's swordsmanship wasn't inferior to Noah's at all. It was only because the difference in physical ability was too great that she fell into such an obvious disadvantage. It was just like when Noah went up against Hercules. However, Gray and Vath had a kind of power similar to magic and divine power. This kind of power seemed to be used to activate the weapon in her hand to display amazing power. This was why Gray and Vath, who were much weaker than Noah in terms of physical ability, could last until now. The weapon in her hand was transformed from the pitch-black mass. If Noah wasn't mistaken, that pitch-black mass was the same as those incredible creatures that Noah encountered in the forest outside and in the buildings in this academy. In other words, Gray and Vath had such a degree of power because of her amazing swordsmanship, and the weapon that was transformed from an incredible creature was another important reason. In this academy, Noah had heard the term elven envoy more than once from the conversations of the students. Gray and Vath had also said that this academy was dedicated to cultivating elven envoys. Then, Gray and Vath should be the so-called elven envoy, right? That incredible creature that could transform into a weapon and play around with Noah in the forest should be the so-called elves, right? And the inexplicable power that surged around Gray and Vath constantly activated the weapon of the elven envoy. Could it be the source of the envoy's power? If a magician wanted to use magic, he had to consume magic. Then, if this so-called envoy wanted to use the weapon transformed from the elven envoy, would he also have to consume that kind of power? Noah, who had various guesses in his heart, suppressed the thoughts in his heart while waving his sword as fast as lightning. Clang! A clashing sound that was louder than before rang out. For this blow, Noah used his full strength under the state of LV4. Gray and Vath, who were struggling to hold on, were completely blown away by this lightning-like blow, even though they blocked it. Their figure bounced into the air, and before landing on the ground, it took a lot of effort for them to adjust their body and land on the ground. The whole place suddenly became quiet. Gray and Vath slowly raised her head and looked at Noah without the previous calmness on her face. There was only unconcealable solemnity and a bit of a bitter smile. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that I couldn't even deal with someone who isn't even an envoy. Am I really old? Old? Noah had a strange look on his face. Gray and Vath's appearance, although they couldn't be said to be very young, they should be around 20 or 30 years old, right? They were far from being old, right? Later, Noah realized how superficial his thoughts were. Young man. Gray and Vath looked at Noah and asked, "What's your name?" Noah. Noah hesitated for a moment, then said his name. Noah Dole. Dole. Gray and Vath frowned. I've never heard of your surname. Is it a fake name? I'm sorry. Noah shrugged. This is my one and only name, my real name. Gray and Vath stared into Noah's eyes, but could only see the calmness in those dark and deep eyes. Your eyes don't look like you're lying. Gray and Vath's expression relaxed a little. Okay, I believe you. At this moment, a commotion began. Over there. The fighting sounds just now came from there. Quick, let's go and see. Along with the commotion, a series of messy footsteps began to sound. Noah could see that not far away, some people carrying lanterns were rushing over. Seeing this, Noah frowned. This is a bit troublesome. Gray and Vath naturally noticed the commotion. She stood up, and the black longsword in her hand turned into a black mist and disappeared into the air. Then, Gray and Vath said to Noah, "Follow me." Noah was stunned. You don't want to be discovered, do you? Gray and Vath turned around. Although there shouldn't be a problem with me around, I don't know where you come from, and I don't know why you're here. It's impossible to explain to the knights. If you don't explain, you'll only become a suspicious person. To avoid trouble, follow me. After that, Gray and Vath ignored Noah, as if they were sure that Noah would follow them. They walked towards the door of the building that they had walked out from earlier. Noah glanced at Gray and Vath, and then looked at the group of black figures that were gradually approaching. In the end, he helplessly threw the relic in his hand back into the treasury and caught up with Gray and Vath. In the empty corridor, Gray and Vath walked in front of Noah with clear footsteps made by their high heels. They shuttled back and forth in the complicated corridor without stopping at all. Noah, who was following behind Gray and Vath, could only ask in confusion, "Why is the terrain here so complicated?" For us humans, this kind of environment is indeed difficult to adapt to, but for the elves, this kind of place is very comfortable, Gray and Vath replied without turning back. Basically, every place that has a lot to do with the elves will be built like this. Compared to humans, we should consider the comfort of the elves more. Don't tell me you don't know this? I really don't know. Noah muttered in his heart, and at the same time, he confirmed his previous guess. Those incredible creatures are indeed elves. Elves are messengers. Noah's heart jumped because of the unknown power. I wonder if this power can also help me. With this thought in mind, under the lead of Gray and Vath, Noah stopped in front of a heavy door. "Come in." Gray and Vath pushed the door open and walked in. "This is my office. At this time, no one will come in." Noah didn't pretend to be pretentious. Under the lead of Gray and Vath, he walked into the office. It was a very spacious and luxurious office. The area was comparable to a hall, and the floor was covered with a red carpet. There were all kinds of decorative curtains hanging on the surrounding walls, and there was an office desk in front of them. Instead of calling it an office, it was more like a conference room. It was just that it lacked a round table. Gray and Vath sat down behind the office desk. She crossed her hands and placed them on the table. She looked straight at Noah, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "All right, young man, it's time to tell me your origin, right?" "Origin?" Noah looked around and answered absent-mindedly. "Didn't I tell you my name already?" "Oh." Gray and Vath narrowed her eyes. "In other words, you only want to tell me your name? I want to tell you something else." Noah turned his head and looked at Gray and Vath. "But even if I tell you, you won't believe me. I might as well not tell you. You still choose to hide under such circumstances. You have guts," Gray and Vath asked. "Then what is your purpose?" Chapter 9:35. Purpose. Under the gaze of Gray and Vath, Noah let out a bitter laugh. "If I said that I came here because I lost my way, would you believe me?" "Lost your way?" Gray and Vath were taken aback for a moment, and their eyes began to flicker with displeasure. "Since you lost your way, why did you sneak into this academy?" "What can I do?" Noah rolled his eyes. "An academy built in the depths of the mountains and forests. No matter how I look at it, it's suspicious. If there's something shameful here, why would I stupidly barge in through the entrance? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble?" "Oh, you're really bold, aren't you?" Gray and Vath's smile became unfriendly. "You actually said that the elven forest that is connected to the elemental elves' world is deep in the mountains and forests. You even said that an academy built to train elven users is shameful for being located in the elven forest. If your words were spread, you would probably be condemned by the entire continent and the elves." Speaking of this, Gray and Vath's gaze towards Noah became more and more thought-provoking. "Or are you saying that you don't even know the basic knowledge that everyone in the continent knows? You don't even know about the existence of elves and elven users. Are you a suspicious person?" At this moment, Gray and Vath's gaze was filled with coercion, as though they were a judge who wanted to force a criminal into a corner. Facing Gray and Vath's coercive gaze, Noah's expression remained calm, but he secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, was he exposed? In order not to arouse suspicion, Noah tried his best not to ask any questions. However, Noah only had a rough idea about elves and elven users based on his own guesses. He didn't know much about them at all. Here, the elves weren't the magical races in the world of looking for a chance encounter in the underground city. They had sharp ears, outstanding looks, and pure hearts. They would never be touched by people they didn't approve of. Instead, they were another kind of incredible creatures. This kind of creature seemed to be able to establish some kind of strange relationship with the humans in this world. It could even transform into the weapons of the humans who had an extraordinary relationship with it, allowing the mere existence of an ordinary human to display the power of an adventurer who had received a favor. These humans who could enslave elves seemed to be called elven users. And in order to enslave those inconceivable creatures called elves, it seemed that some kind of energy similar to magic and divine power was required. That was all Noah knew. Thus, with the increase in conversation, Noah, who basically didn't know much about this world, would naturally reveal his suspicious side. Since this was basic knowledge that everyone in this world knew, wouldn't it be suspicious if Noah didn't know? However, Noah couldn't stop the conversation with Gray and Vath. After all, Gray and Vath could discover Noah's suspicions through the conversation, and Noah could also obtain some information he wanted through the conversation. Therefore, Noah and Gray and Vath were simply testing each other. What kind of person I am, or even whether I'm suspicious or not, that's not important. What's important is that you only need to know that I don't have any enmity or malice towards this academy. Noah crossed his arms and swept his gaze around. But your identity is much easier to guess. You're not wearing a student's uniform, and you have such a luxurious personal office. You probably don't have a special position here, and you're the dean of this academy, right? Hearing this sentence, Gray and Vath weren't surprised that their identities were exposed. Instead, they were stunned and couldn't help but laugh a few times. Interesting. You actually don't even know me, the Twilight Witch. I'm really getting more and more interested in your identity. From Gray and Vath's words, it could be inferred that her name was absolutely resounding to the point where it could be known by everyone in the world. However, whether it was a good name or a bad one, that was unknown. After all, Gray and Vath herself had said that more than half of her life was spent being assassinated by others. So much so that Gray and Vath's senses were sharpened by the long-term assassinations to the point that even Noah, who was using Hades' invisibility helmet, could discover them. It was enough to see the ability of this mature woman. Noah, who had just arrived, didn't know Gray and Vath. It seemed that this place had become a suspicious place. Realizing this, Noah smiled bitterly in his heart. This which was really hard to deal with. As you said, I am indeed the dean of this academy, Gray and Vath admitted straightforwardly. Originally, the best way to deal with a suspicious person like you is to directly report to the Empire and let the Empire deal with it. However, since even I can't do anything to you, then even if the Empire's most elite knights are dispatched, I'm afraid that they won't be able to do anything to you. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes and casualties, I will turn a blind eye. As long as I can confirm that you don't really have any ulterior motives, to me, that's enough. After saying that, Gray and Vath stood up and crossed their arms. However, you are an existence that isn't even an elven envoy, and even I can't do anything to you. If I let you walk freely in the Empire, you might really cause some trouble. What should I do? Oh, Noah's heart skipped a beat, and he asked without batting an eyelid. Could it be that just because I'm not an elven envoy, I can't do anything to an elven envoy? For an ordinary person who isn't an elven envoy, no matter how powerful their martial arts are, it would be extremely difficult to defeat an elven envoy. Gray and Vath looked at Noah with a strange expression. Not only can an elven envoy command elves to fight, but they can also turn them into elven magic equipment to display unimaginable fighting strength. They can even use elven magic through the contract with elves. With so many advantages, how can an ordinary person win? You don't even know this? Then how can you be sure that I'm not an elven envoy? Noah asked curiously. Perhaps I just haven't commanded elves to fight. Haven't you thought of this possibility? You're an elven envoy? Gray and Vath looked at Noah with a strange expression. After a while, her expression was full of ridicule. Only a pure young girl can communicate with elves from the elemental world and form a contract with them. Are you not a man? Suddenly, Noah's whole body froze there. Only a pure young girl can form a contract with an elven envoy? What kind of gender discrimination was this? Looking at Gray and Vath's increasingly mocking expression, Noah's face twitched fiercely, and he said stubbornly, "Who said that only a pure young girl can form a contract with an elven envoy? There are exceptions to everything, aren't there?" Indeed, there was a male elven envoy in history. Gray and Vath couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, not to mention what that person did, there's only one male elven envoy in history. How could there be another one so easily? You also said that an ordinary person can't defeat an elven envoy. In the end, didn't I still defeat you? Noah pursed his lips. Perhaps I also have the talent of an elven envoy? You unexpectedly have a side that doesn't admit defeat. Gray and Vath pushed up the glasses on her face. Never mind. After saying that, Gray and Vath directly came in front of Noah, extended one hand, and tightly grasped Noah's wrist. Before Noah could figure out what Gray and Vath were doing, he felt a pure energy suddenly flowing from Gray and Vath's body, entering his body, and circulating around Noah's body. Wong. At this moment, the dark and hollow mana source in Noah's body trembled, and a suction force erupted out of nowhere, wrapping around a strand of pure energy that flowed into Noah's body, and tyrannically pulling it into the mana source. At this moment, Gray and Vath let go of Noah's hand, and nodded as expected. I have already checked. You don't have the constitution of a witch G that can communicate with elves. You can't be an elven envoy. Really? Noah's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled. Why don't you check again? Gray and Vath held Noah's hand indifferently and poured a strand of pure energy into Noah's body. Suddenly, Gray and Vath froze on the spot and exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Chapter 9:36. Divine Might. It was a kind of energy that elven envoys needed to consume when using elven devices and elven magic. When Gray and Vath turned the pitch-black elves into their weapons, they drew out the power of the weapon called Elven Device. They were able to produce energy similar to the phosphorescent energy hovering around Noah. This was the power called Divine Might. Noah's guess was correct. Just like magicians needed to consume magic power when using magic, elven envoys also needed to consume energy called Divine Might when using elves in this world. Naturally, without Divine Might, they wouldn't be able to use elves and become elven envoys. When Gray and Vath checked Noah's body, because Noah didn't have Divine Might, they couldn't find any talent to become an elven envoys. However, that didn't mean that Noah didn't have the talent to become an elven envoys. It was just that Noah didn't have Divine Might and couldn't become an elven envoys. But just now, when Gray and Vath poured the energy called Divine Might into Noah's body to check whether Noah had the talent to become an elven envoys, Noah's mana source absorbed traces of Divine Might from Gray and Vath. It must be known that Noah's mana source was able to absorb and memorize all kinds of energy that were different from magic power that entered his body and had the ability to transform them into this kind of energy. In other words, in that instant, Noah had the ability to transform the source of mana into the source of Divine Might. Under such circumstances, Noah had already guessed that using elves required some kind of energy similar to magic power and Divine Might. When Gray and Vath said that he didn't have the talent to become an elven envoys, he immediately transformed his mana source into Divine Might. Thus, Gray and Vath, who had once again poured Divine Might into Noah's body, were really surprised this time. Gray and Vath let go of Noah's hand, their eyes becoming uncertain. How could that be? What's wrong? Noah said with a faint smile. Do I really not have the qualifications to become an elf envoy? In fact, Noah had already gotten the answer from Gray and Vay's behavior. The main reason he said that was to return the favor to Gray and Vaz for mocking him earlier. However, what Noah didn't expect was that Gray and Vath's reaction was a little different from what he had imagined. Although she was surprised, or even shocked, Gray and Vaz looked at him with uncertainty in their eyes and fell into deep thought. If that's the case, it might work. Noah couldn't help but frown at the unexpected reaction of Gray and Vaz. What was this Gray Vaz doing? Are you surprised that I have the talent to become an elf envoy? Noah asked with a frown. Since there's already been a male elf envoy in history, it shouldn't be a big deal for another one to appear, right? It's best for you to say that after you understand what the only male elf envoy in history did. Gray and Vaz didn't react from their deep thought, and instead replied like a conditioned reflex. There's only one male elf envoy in history. His name is Solomon, and he is also known as the Demon King. He once brought about a destructive disaster on this continent, and can be said to be the most vicious and evil existence. If the fact that you're also a male elf envoy was exposed, would you still be able to say those words so easily? Hearing that, Noah's face sank slightly. At this moment, Noah finally realized what the change in his identity meant. If the only male elf envoy in history was really such an existence, then Noah would very likely be looked at through colored glasses by others and be arbitrarily treated as the embodiment of disaster like the Demon King Solomon. The existence of a male elf envoy like the Demon King who brought destruction and disaster to the continent in the past, Gray and Voss said. Now, do you understand how easy it is to be surprised by the fact that you are a male elf envoy? All right. Noah's furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and he looked at Gray and Voss. Then what do you plan to do with me? Noah wasn't the Demon King Solomon, and it was impossible for him to bring unimaginable disasters to this world like the Demon King Solomon. It wasn't that Noah couldn't do it, but that Noah didn't want to. However, others might not think so. Since this was a world with an empire as its background, then most likely many people might be overly sensitive and arbitrarily treat Noah as a threat to this continent. When the time came, in order to eliminate the threat before it sprouted, no one in this world would mind taking action against Noah. Although Noah wasn't afraid, if an unexpected disaster really came to him, he wouldn't be merciful. Even if Gray and Voss were making things easy for him, it would be the same. However, just as Noah was thinking, Gray and Voss suddenly asked such a question. How old are you now? Me? Noah tilted his head, but still answered. 19 years old this year, almost 20 years old. 19 years old. A smile suddenly appeared on Gray and Voss's face. Just in time, you barely passed. What do you mean? Noah was confused and said in a bad mood. You want to kill me or cut me? Just say it, and I'll take it. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Don't mind it. Gray Vath waved her hand and brushed off Noah's question perfunctorily. Then she said, don't worry. Then she said, kid called Noah. Do you want to stay here? The sudden suggestion stunned Noah on the spot. Stay here? That's right, Gray and Voss said with assurance. Although I don't know where you came from the looks of it, if you stay here, you don't have a proper status, right? Noah didn't hide it and directly nodded in acknowledgement. If you stay here with my status and authority, I can definitely give you a proper status in the Audisia Empire, Gray and Voss said. In the Audisia Empire, although the elven messengers can enjoy all kinds of privileges, because the elven messengers have great power, if they harbor evil intentions and intend to rebel, they will pose a great threat to the Empire. If you, as an elven messenger, don't even have a proper status, you will definitely be seen as a threat and be arrested by the Empire's elven knights. Oh, Noah smiled, but there wasn't much of a smile in his eyes. Do you think I will obediently listen to your orders because of this? How can that be? Gray and Voss spread out her hands. You were able to beat me without using an elf, and without even having a contract with an elf. If you were to sign a contract with an elf and obtain the power of an elf, then even if the Empire's 12 most outstanding elven envoys, the 12 knights, were all dispatched, it is still unknown whether they could do anything to you. Gray and Voss looked straight at Noah and revealed a devilish smile. But if the Empire keeps sending people to harass you, even if you come here with a plan, it will be difficult for you to take a single step. Why don't you accept my suggestion? Noah looked straight at Gray and Voss and said calmly, what's the purpose? It was obvious that Gray and Voss wanted to keep Noah here, and there must be a reason. Otherwise, Gray and Voss wouldn't suddenly keep a man in an academy full of pure and innocent girls. It's not really a purpose. Gray and Voss might have felt that there was no benefit in hiding it from Noah, so they just said it like that. I just want you to do me a favor. A favor? Noah asked. What favor? Don't worry. With your ability, as long as you obtain an elf, it shouldn't be difficult. Gray and Voss smiled sweetly. As for what favor it is, you will know very soon. Anyway, it's not something harmful to you. Noah didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at Gray and Voss, trying to find something from her eyes. Gray and Vaz didn't avoid Noah's gaze. Although there was a strange and unpredictable look in her eyes, there was no malice. I finally understand why you have a title witch. Noah smacked his lips. I understand. Let's each take what we need. Gray and Vaz smiled. It wasn't a flirtatious smile like before. Instead, it was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 9:37. In this world, apart from the world dominated by humans, there was another world. People called it the elemental spirit world. As the name suggested, it was a world inhabited by strange creatures called elves. In this elemental spirit world, there were all kinds of elves with strange abilities, and they were closely related to the world inhabited by humans. The only ones who could communicate with the elves with strange abilities were those pure and innocent girls among humans. These girls who could communicate with the elves were called witch concubines. Among them, there were also witch concubines who strengthened their bloodlines, talents, and other characteristics through generations of marriage, thus forming contracts with the elves and using the power of the elves. People called them elven envoys. As elven envoys, witch concubines could use the contracts they formed with the elves to summon the elf that lived in the elemental spirit world to their side. Through using the elves, they could achieve their goals in battle or other aspects of life. When the elves that lived in the elemental spirit world were summoned to this world, they generally had two forms. One was their original form. That was a form that had no quality and no fixed appearance. It was only the core of divine power, and was called the core of divine power. When the elves were summoned in this form, it cannot be said that the elves were summoned, but a part of the elves' abilities were summoned. Thus, elven envoys would use this form of summoning when using elven magic, using it as a reservoir of divine power to allow the elven magic to have the true power it should have. It was also for this reason that elven envoys who formed contracts with elves of a certain attribute could only use elven magic of the same attribute as their contracted elven magic. If they lost their contract with elven magic, even if they could continue using elven magic, the power would be pitifully weak. As for the other form, it was a pure form that directly summoned a part of the elves themselves. The so-called pure form was the original form of the elves. When the elves that had the appearance of a cat were summoned in their pure form, they would have the appearance of a cat. When the elves that had the appearance of a dog were summoned in their pure form, they would have the appearance of a dog. When the elves were summoned in their pure form, they were truly summoned. It was just that summoning a pure form elf required an enormous amount of divine power. It was also very difficult to control. However, compared to simply summoning a pure form elf, it was undoubtedly much more powerful when used to perform elf magic. Using the purified form of the elves to a higher level, transforming a part of the purified form of the summoned elves into the most suitable weapon for oneself, and combining the powerful elven power with the elven user's own power. This was the realm where the elven user's power could reach the pinnacle. Elven device. Only a fully mature elf user could use the powerful equipment transformed from elves. It was precisely because one could obtain so much power after contracting with a fairy that the status of a fairy envoy was the most important no matter where one went. After forming a contract with an elf, one can not only use the elven magic of that element, but also command the elf, and even turn the elf into a powerful weapon. With so many advantages, no wonder Gray Vass said that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to defeat an elf user, no matter how powerful they are. In the dean's office, Noah flipped through a thick book with a helpless expression. Moreover, other than forming a contract with an elf user and being summoned to this world, the elf can also come to this world through the gates of the elemental elves world that exist all over this world. No wonder I met so many elves in the forest. The gates of the elemental elves world would sometimes open temporarily in a random place in this world. Sometimes, humans would use certain techniques and methods to stabilize the unstable entrances and form gates. The reason why the Elven Academy was located here was because there was a gate that led to the elemental elves world. The forest around the Elven Academy was the residence of the elves who came here through the gates to the elemental elves world. Therefore, It was also known as the Elven Forest. So, this academy is not located deep in the mountains and forests because it's shady. Instead, it's built here because there's a gate that leads to the world of elemental elves. The elves in the forest are elves who accidentally entered this world through those gates. Noah was speechless. Well, this is basic knowledge that everyone in the world knows. I actually treated it as something that cannot be seen by others. No wonder that which found me suspicious. Closing the book in his hand, Noah rubbed his sleepy eyes. Last night, after making the decision to stay here, Gray and Vath gave this place to Noah and let Noah stay here for the night. They would make other arrangements in the morning. However, Noah didn't rest. Instead, he asked Gray Vath for a book that could briefly explain the background of this world and had a preliminary understanding of the situation of this world. This is much more interesting than I thought. Noah smiled slightly. Let me look forward to it. Leaving this thought, Noah looked at the sky outside. At this time, the sky outside was already bright. From the window, Noah could see many girls in pure white uniforms walking in the direction of the school building while chatting and laughing. It was obviously time for class. Gray and Vath said that they will officially arrange for me to transfer to this academy today and let me have a proper identity. Before that, I will take a nap. After making up his mind, Noah was about to close his eyes and take a nap when someone knocked on the door of the dean's office. Then, a rather solemn and stern voice sounded from outside the door. The commander of the Wind King Knights, Alice Faringerdo, requests to see you. Dean, are you in? Noah, who was about to close his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Wind King Knights. It was a knight order formed by the outstanding students in the academy to protect the Elven Academy. It was like the student union and the discipline committee in ordinary schools. However, because this Wind King Knights was made up of outstanding Elven users, their power was much greater than the student union and the discipline committee in ordinary schools. They even had the responsibility of banning students and people who caused problems. Last night, those people who rushed over after hearing the fighting between Noah and Gray and Vath were the students of the Wind King Knights. Just as Noah recalled this information, the door was directly opened with a kacha sound. A girl appeared outside the door. She was a girl who was about 16 years old. The girl had brown eyes and long sky-blue hair. Her waist-length hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her. She was wearing a pure white uniform with some black lines. A bow-tie-style forging belt was pinned on her chest as an ornament. She also wore a uniform with long stockings and a pleated skirt. That was the uniform of the Elven Academy. The difference was that the young lady who called herself Alice, apart from wearing uniform, was also wearing a light armor with only half of her breastplate. There was even a sheathed knight's sword by her waist. That was the armor that only the members of the Wind King Knights would wear. The girl named Alice walked in with a straight face. She couldn't wait to speak before she saw what was going on behind the door. Dean, last night, there seemed to be a fight in the academy. Regarding this matter, I want to discuss with him. As she spoke, Alice's voice gradually weakened, as if she was stuck. She spoke more and more slowly, and in the end, she simply stopped. Then, the girl named Alice froze at the door. She widened her eyes and looked at Noah, who was sitting in front of the desk. She completely lost her reaction. Seeing this, Noah had a bad premonition. Man, as expected, the girl named Alice's pretty face flushed red, and then she grabbed the hilt of the sword at her waist. Intruder. No, Noah hurriedly said. I'm not. Unfortunately, before Noah could finish his words, Alice had already pulled out the knight sword at her waist and flew out. Chapter 9:38. With such a shout, the girl named Alice raised her sharp knight sword and spun up. In an instant, she was in front of Noah, and with a leap, she jumped onto the desk. Seeing Alice charging over, Noah had already expected this outcome. Without any hesitation, he bounced off his seat and shot up. Almost at the same time, the sharp knight's sword sliced through the air and echoed in the office. Alice's knight's sword sliced through the spot where Noah had just been and landed in the air. At the same time, Noah, who had descended from the sky, lightly tapped the back of his chair with the tip of his toes. His body actually floated out and flew past Alice, who had leaped onto the office desk and landed in the middle of the vast office. He then turned around and looked at Alice. "Wait, I'm not an intruder. Tisk, as expected, to be able to invade this school, their skills are definitely not ordinary, right?" Noah's words and Alice's words almost overlapped and rang out. So much so that Alice didn't hear Noah's words clearly, or rather, she didn't even want to hear Noah's words. She suddenly turned around and cast a stern gaze on Noah. "However, don't even think about escaping from the hands of my Wind King Knights." After saying that, Alice's delicate body bounced and rushed towards Noah's direction. The sharp knight's sword in her hand glowed with a cold light as she pointed it at Noah's shoulder. It seemed that even though Alice mistook Noah as an intruder, she didn't intend to kill Noah. However, this way, Noah couldn't be too harsh on Alice. At that moment, Noah could only lightly tap the ground with the tip of his foot once again and retreat explosively. Alice immediately closed in and waved the long sword in her hand, turning it into streaks of sword light that flashed towards Noah's direction. "Hey, wait," Noah hurriedly explained while dodging the streaks of sword light with his nimble body, causing the knight's sword to hit empty air. "I'm not an intruder. I'm also a student here." However, this sentence caused Alice's sword to move even faster, continuously slashing towards Noah. "You can even tell such a stupid lie? You'd better wake up." Noah's explanation did indeed sound like a stupid lie. After all, everyone knew that the Elven Academy specialized in cultivating elven envoys, and only the pure Witch G could be an elven envoy. How could a man like Noah be a student of the Elven Academy? This was Alice's thought, and it was definitely the thought of everyone who heard Noah's words. Noah could only repeatedly dodge Alice's slashes, and it was as if he was dancing an extremely intense dance with Alice. His footsteps were strong, powerful, and agile as he dodged from time to time, retreated from time to time, passed by Alice from time to time, and swapped positions from time to time. In a vast office, he vividly displayed his movement technique. "I'm really a student here." Noah gradually began to feel impatient. "If you continue to attack me, I'm going to retaliate." "Retaliate? Why don't you try fighting back?" Alice seemed to be enraged, and the slashes in her hands became more ferocious. "Don't keep dodging. Be a good boy and be turned into sashimi." "Why sashimi?" Noah couldn't help but complain, but his impatience had reached its limit. Without any hesitation, he dodged Alice's slashes. Noah's gaze swept the surroundings and then stopped at a ribbon that was fastened to a hanging curtain by the wall. Duh! In the next instant, Noah stomped heavily on the ground, and his body shot out. In an instant, his body flashed to the side of the wall. He extended his hand and pulling the ribbon off. "Wake up!" The girl named Alice didn't give up and rushed forward. Looking at the approaching Alice, Noah's hand that held the ribbon tightened. When Alice charged to a distance of only 1 meter away from Noah, Noah finally made a move. "Who?" Suddenly, the ribbon in Noah's hand was swung down by Noah. Like a whip, it carried a whistling sound as it fell on Alice's sword-wielding hand. "Pa!" Accompanied by the crisp sound of a whip, the ribbon directly wrapped around Alice's hand and tied it tightly. "What?" Alice was taken aback. However, before Alice could react, Noah suddenly turned around, and with his LV, for dexterity that were as high as grade A, he circled around Alice at an astonishing speed, like a gust of wind. As a result, Alice's entire body was tightly bound by the ribbons, and she was directly tied up. With a cute scream full of girlish flavor, Alice only felt her whole body tighten. Her delicate body was tightly bound, and she fell to the ground. Clang! This was the sound of the knight sword in Alice's hand falling to the ground. Bang! This was the sound of Alice falling to the ground. Ugh! This was the painful cry that Alice deliberately suppressed. In less than 10 seconds, the commander of the Wind King Knights was tied up like a dumpling and fell to the ground. He was forcibly subdued. Clap, clap! Noah clapped his hands and looked at Alice condescendingly. I warned you. You? Alice raised her head and stared at Noah hatefully. Despicable and shameless person. You actually used such a despicable method. How is this a despicable method? Noah had an innocent look. Since ancient times, the best way to subdue a thug is to tie them up, right? You said I'm a thug? Alice's cute eyes opened wider and wider, looking at Noah with eyes full of anger. I'm the noble commander of the Wind King Knights. You actually said I'm a thug. Indiscriminately attacking innocent people and casually using weapons. In the mouth of ordinary people, they are called thugs. Noah shrugged. Who told you not to listen to my explanation? Just stay here obediently. After saying that, Noah stretched out his hand and picked up Alice, who fell to the ground. Alice's entire face actually turned red with a bang in an instant. I was hugged by a man. Hugged by a man. Looking at Alice, whose head had become dizzy and her face had become bright red, as if she would faint at any moment, Noah suddenly woke up from his stupor. Because only pure young girls could communicate with elves in order to maintain the purity of their bodies and minds, nurtured which concubines would generally be in an environment that was completely isolated from men from a young age and receive all kinds of elite education that elven users needed. Therefore, the active elven users were almost all super greenhouse flowers who were not used to contact the opposite sex. In other words, she was extremely pure, so pure that it made people feel pity for her. Being hugged by a man in such a situation? To these pure, witch concubines, it was no different from having their bodies taken away. Thinking of this, Noah's face stiffened. Let go of me. Alice finally regained her senses. Her face was red as she struggled with all her might. My body belongs to my future husband. I can't be tainted by you. Wait. Who would taint you? Under Alice's struggle, even Noah became a little wretched. Don't you dare move. I just want to move you to the seat. Let go of me. Let go of me. Alice struggled with all her might, as if her life depended on it. She completely ignored Noah's words, and her pretty face was so red that it was about to explode. Under Alice's struggle, Noah also felt all kinds of unfavorable situations. The main thing was that Alice's figure was surprisingly good. With this struggle, he touched almost everything that he shouldn't touch. If you continue to struggle, it will be really bad. Let go of me, you big pervert. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the door. You haven't even officially entered the school, and you're already planning to lay your hands on the leader of the Knights? Looks like I've underestimated your endurance. Hearing the voice, Noah and Alice turned their heads at the same time and looked at the door. Then, they exclaimed at the same time, Grey vase, Dean. Chapter 9:39. I don't agree. About 15 minutes later, in the dean's office of the Alicia Elven Academy, Alice slammed her hands on the desk in front of Grey and Vaz and yelled at Grey and Vaz agitatedly. I will never agree to a man studying in the Alicia Elven Academy. Alice glared sternly at Noah, who was standing casually at the side. Her pretty face was filled with resistance. Just a moment ago, Grey and Vaz told Alice that Noah was going to transfer to this academy. Grey Vath had just left to inform the others of this matter. Grey and Vaz also explained that Noah was a male elven envoy. Alice was naturally shocked that Noah, a male, was actually an elven envoy. Perhaps it was because of Noah or because of her resistance to men, but compared to Noah being a male elven envoy, Alice was more concerned about the fact that Noah was going to transfer to this academy. That was why this scene happened. Grey and Vaz seemed to have expected Alice's reaction and spoke calmly. Leader, I know how you feel, but this is something that I, as the dean of this academy, have decided. Are you going to go against it? But Dean, this person is a man. Alice didn't seem to accept it at all. Her expression was starting to make people think of her as a stubborn person. This is an all-girls school. How come a man transfer in? Alice's words weren't unreasonable. In an academy filled with pure and innocent young girls, it was not a good thing for a healthy man to suddenly transfer into the academy. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good thing. Not to mention, this man was the second male elven envoy in history. Such a person would only bring chaos to the academy. Naturally, the Wind King Knights who had to maintain order in the Alicia Elven Academy wouldn't agree with Noah's existence. As the leader of the Wind King Knights, for the sake of the Academy's order, Alice's resistance wasn't unreasonable. However, in the face of Alice's words, Greyvath calmly replied, "That's right. When did the Alicia Elven Academy become an all-girls school? Why didn't I know about it?" Alice was stunned. The Alicia Elven Academy is an academy that specializes in nurturing elven envoys. It's not an all-girls school, leader of the knights, Gray and Vaz said concisely. The reason why there are only females here is because only pure girls can become elven envoys. The academy didn't stipulate that males can't study, right? Alice was speechless. As the dean of this academy, my purpose is to nurture more and more outstanding elven envoys for the Empire. And this academy will always welcome anyone who has the talent to become an outstanding elven envoy. Gray and Voss. As for whether the other party is male or not, I don't care. Ups. SSSS. What about the test? Regardless of whether he's an elven envoy or not, he has to pass the test to enter the academy, right? You don't have to worry about that. Gravath glanced at Noah, who seemed a little bored at the side. I personally tested this fellow's ability. I can guarantee that there won't be any problems. But Alice seemed to want to say something. Alice Faringelto. Gray and Vaz interrupted Alice with an extremely calm but unimaginably forceful tone. This is something I've decided on. Do you want to go against it? No. A look of struggle appeared on Alice's face, but in the end, she still obediently swallowed all the opinions in her heart. She took a step back and glared at Noah hatefully. However, I will never acknowledge him. If he does anything that harms the order and reputation of the Alicia Elven Academy, I will take action against him as the leader of the Wind King Knights. Of course, this is your duty and your right. Gray and Vaz nodded without a trace of surprise. Then, this matter is decided. Are you done? Noah, who had been watching quietly from the side, finally spoke. Then what should I do next? Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Gray and Vaz crossed her arms and looked at Noah. Originally, I intended to put you in one of the classes, but after thinking about it, with your age, you're almost ready to graduate in this academy. In addition to some other problems, I've decided to arrange for you to be by my side for the time being. Arrange for me to be by your side? Noah was slightly taken aback. How? How can this be? Alice's reaction was even more intense. How can a man be by the side of the dean? This isn't a big deal, right? Gray and Vaz spoke as if they weren't shocked to death. Arranging for a disciple to be by your side to teach. Isn't that the responsibility of every teacher? Disciple. Noah was stunned. Disciple? Alice's mouth was slightly agape as she stammered. Disciple. Could it be? It's probably what you're thinking. Gray and Vaz smiled sweetly. I've decided to personally teach this rare male elven envoy. Alice gasped and stood there in a daze. She didn't react for a long time. As for Noah, he was completely confused. Just what was this demonist thinking? Half an hour later, under the lead of Gray and Vaz, Noah walked out of the dean's office. Compared to humans, the architectural design of the Elven Academy prioritized the comfort of the elves. Therefore, if Noah, who had just arrived here not long ago, were to walk around alone, he might have to take a long detour, just like yesterday, to find the right path. Walking along the corridors that resembled a shrine, Noah looked around. Is that a male elven envoy? A male elven envoy like that demon King Solomon. His eyes look so fierce. He looks so evil I wonder if he'll do anything to us. That's right. A group of girls in pure white uniforms gathered together and whispered to each other as they cast fearful and curious gazes in Noah's direction. Occasionally, a sentence or two would pop out, making Noah have the urge to bang his head against the wall. Noah knew that the girls in this academy were definitely very pure. However, at this stage, it wasn't pure anymore. They were afraid of strangers, right? It was just a boy. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Gray and Vaz, who were walking in front, suddenly spoke without turning their heads. All right, I know that a man like you must have a lot of thoughts about being allowed to come and go freely in a place where only pure girls live. However, no matter who you have your eyes on, you'll have to wait until nighttime to make your move. Now, come with me obediently. Are you sure this is something a dean of an academy should say? Noah's mouth twitched. You better tell me clearly first. What's the situation now? What do you want to know? Gray and Vaz still didn't turn their heads. Is it the direction of the girls' dormitory? I want to know when you're going to die. That's probably very difficult. After so many years, tens of millions of assassins still couldn't kill me. It should be very difficult for me to die so quickly. Yes, scourges are destined to live for thousands of years. Thank you for the compliment. While arguing with each other, Gray and Vaz brought Noah out of the Alicia Elven Academy's dormitory and out of the vast school gate. As an academy in the Alicia Empire that specialized in cultivating elven envoys, the Alicia Elven Academy not only sat on the vast elven forest, but also had an academy city at the foot of the mountain. It was like a small independent country, and its status in the empire was quite high. At this moment, Gray and Vaz brought Noah into the elven forest and arrived at a rather vast open space. Then Gray and Vaz stopped. At this moment, Noah clearly felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, so he put away his casual attitude and spoke in a deep voice. Gray and Vaz? Gray and Vaz didn't speak. They just turned around. Bang! In the next instant, a huge divine aura burst out from Gray and Vaz's body. Chapter 940. Whoosh! Waves of phosphorescence surrounded Gray and Vaz's body, turning into a dazzling scene. It was quite eye-catching as it swayed in the open space of the elven forest. Noah didn't expect Gray and Vaz to suddenly activate divine might, so he couldn't react in time. When he finally reacted, a pitch-black mass fluctuated in Gray and Vaz's hand and turned into a gloomy night sword. Gee! Just like in yesterday's battle, Gray and Vaz used the elven device and suddenly shot out without any warning. Like an extremely fast lightning, they instantly shot towards Noah with astonishing divine might. Then, the pitch-black elven device pierced through the air and pointed at Noah's throat. There was no mercy in this strike. If Noah didn't block it or dodge it, his throat would definitely be pierced. Unfortunately, although Noah couldn't react in time to Gray and Vaz's sudden attack, that was under the condition that Gray and Vaz didn't attack. Once someone attacked him, the battle-hardened Noah's body would naturally react. Clang! When the crisp sound of a halberd echoed in the air of the elven forest, a luxurious knight's sword appeared in Noah's hand and blocked the pitch-black elven device that shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Dazzling sparks burst out. Holding the knight's sword tightly in his hand, Noah raised his eyes and looked at Gray and Vaz, who were close at hand. His voice carried a hint of pressure. What are you planning to do? Gray and Vaz didn't answer Noah's question. Instead, they said extremely calmly, just like yesterday, you were almost defenseless and didn't even use the elven device. Yet, you easily blocked my sword. Hearing this, Noah frowned. Is there a problem? You're actually asking if there's a problem. How infuriating. Gray and Vaz smiled coldly. This sword technique is not to be underestimated. I've only created this sword technique after gathering everything I've learned in my life. Even the current 12 knights of the kingdom of Audisia don't have 100% confidence in blocking this sword technique of mine. Tell me, isn't this a problem? Noah didn't doubt Gray and Vaz's words. After all, this sword was quite fast. If even Noah claimed that it was fast, it was obvious how much of a threat this sword was to the rest of the people. And such a sword was only the initial form of a set of sword skills. One could only imagine how amazing Gray and Vaz's sword technique was. And then, Noah continued to question. Don't tell me you're going crazy because you're not willing to accept that I blocked your sword? You're really merciless with your words. Gray and Vaz put away the elven device and looked straight at Noah. Who do you think I'm doing this for? For who? Noah pursed his lips. Don't tell me it's for me? Gray and Vaz smiled and didn't say anything. Let's not talk about why you're so strong. Just based on your sword technique, I can see that your sword technique is quite good. It's definitely not inferior to mine. But that's just a sword technique that exists for battle, right? Isn't that obvious? Noah said in annoyance. If it doesn't exist for battle, then does it exist for performance? Noah said this casually. However, Gray and Vath nodded in agreement. That's right, it's for performance. Noah immediately stood up, slightly startled. For performance? Is this a joke? If I really learn a sword technique that's used for performance, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill enough enemies in battle, right? It's not purely for performance. As if she saw through Noah's doubts, Gray and Vath raised the sword in her hand and spoke with a strong and powerful voice. But if you want to unleash the true power of the elves, then it's necessary to have a technique that's both practical and aesthetic. This is a sword dance. Sword dance. Noah first repeated this term, then recalled the knowledge about the sword dance that he read in books. The so-called sword dance was actually the battle technique that Gray and Vath said had both practical and aesthetic value. To be more precise, it was a kind of ritual. The purpose of this ritual was to please the elves. The elves that formed a contract with the Elven Master also had their own will. Of course, if the Elven Master was unwilling to lend his power to the Elven Master, then the Elven Master wouldn't be able to control the Elven Master, and might even cause the Elven Master to lose control. The sword dance existed for this purpose. This kind of battle technique that was both aesthetic and practical could keep the elves in a good mood and unleash their full power while obediently being controlled by the Elven Master. Not only that, by performing the sword dance to other elves, the other elves could temporarily listen to the Elven Master's voice and communicate with the Elven Master, providing all kinds of assistance. Therefore, when the elf users in this world fought, they all used this kind of sword dance, which was both practical and aesthetic. It was said that other than the sword dance, there was also a special kind of ritual music that could achieve different effects through different dances. For example, there was a ritual music that could strengthen the Elven Master's seal, a ritual music that could give blessings to the Elven Master, and even a ritual music that could temporarily increase the Elven Master's strength. There were all kinds of ritual music that could achieve all kinds of effects. Although your sword dance is very powerful, it only exists for battle. It's not good for an Elven Master if you can't unleash the effects of the sword dance, Gray and Vath explained. Whether it's to unleash the power of the contracted Elven Master to hold a large-scale sword dance in a public place, or to communicate with the elves, the sword dance is necessary. In other words, the reason you brought me here is to correct my sword skills. You want my sword skills not only to be used in actual combat, but also to be used as an ornamental sword dance, right? Noah sighed. All right, my sword dance is indeed more practical. It's not impossible to correct it. Not only that, Gray and Vath directly looked at Noah. I also want to teach you my ultimate sword dance. Ultimate sword dance. Noah's heart skipped a beat. The sword dance just now? That's the initial form of the ultimate sword dance. It's called Purple Lightning. Just like what you saw, it's an extremely simple sword dance that uses unparalleled speed to stab. But as long as I use it, my stab will be at least 10 times faster than usual. Gray and Vath said with some pride. Other than the purple lightning used for stab, my ultimate sword dance also includes body destruction, group annihilation, counter-specific attributes, weapon destruction, counterattack, sword killing, and so on. You've only seen the initial form of the purple lightning. You haven't seen the later ones yet. Hearing this, Noah was more or less moved. It was only the initial form of the ultimate sword dance, but it already had that kind of power. If she used all the ultimate sword dance, then how powerful would it be? It seemed that this Gray and Vast sword dance was even more powerful than he had imagined. Of course, other than the sword dance, you still have a lot of things to learn. For example, you need to learn how to communicate with elves, how to control divine power, how to control elves, and even how to use elven equipment. You need to learn all of these. Gray and Vath poked Noah's forehead with her finger. As a warrior, your strength is indeed quite amazing. But as an elven user, you're still far from it. You don't even have a contract with an elf. You can't even be considered an elven user. There's still a lot of things you need to learn. So, you my teacher? Noah laughed bitterly, but he also understood. I understand. Whether it's the sword dance or the power of an elven user. If you have anything you can teach me, then feel free to teach me. Hearing this, Gray and Vath smiled. This smile didn't have any part of being a witch. It only had the responsibility of being a teacher. Looking at the smiling Noah, Gray and Vath thought to themselves, this is the second time I'm teaching someone. I hope I can make it in time. Chapter 941. At night, the cold moonlight slowly sprinkled down from the sky, covering the entire elven forest with a faint veil of mystery. Unlike during the day, the night was the time for some rather evil elves to be active. If the elven forest during the day was like a sacred temple, then the elven forest during the night was truly a gloomy place. After all, just like how there were harmless herbivores and harmful carnivores among animals, although most elves from elemental elf world didn't have the concept of preying on humans, some evil elves would still endanger human lives. They would even gnaw on the flesh of witches and absorb the divine power of elves. They were very dangerous. If they weren't careful, even the most powerful elven user could lose their life in the hands of elves. Therefore, basically, there weren't many people in the elven forest at night. Under such circumstances, Noah, Gray, and Vaz still stayed in the elven forest. At this moment, Noah was standing in the middle of the open space with his eyes closed. His entire body was bathed in the moonlight, and waves of phosphorescent aura undulated around him, making Noah look very sacred. Around Noah, small light particles that looked like fireflies were wandering back and forth. They surrounded Noah's body as if they were dancing. It made people feel like they were in a dream. Keeping his eyes closed, Noah slowly extended one of his hands. Suddenly those light particles that looked like fireflies were like dancing butterflies. They gathered around Noah's outstretched hand and kept jumping up and down. It was especially beautiful. At this moment, Noah opened his eyes and looked at the large number of light particles that looked like fireflies dancing around his palm. He muttered to himself with uncertainty. In this case, I should have passed, right? Not far from Noah, Gray and Vaz had been watching Noah's actions. After hearing Noah's question, they pushed up their small glasses and nodded. That's right. You can already communicate with elves. It won't be a problem to command these low-level elves. Now, Noah was learning how to communicate with the elves. During the day, Noah would begin to improve his swordsmanship under the guidance of Gray and Vath. Noah's sword skill was already very good, but because it wasn't aesthetically pleasing, it couldn't become a sword dance. Therefore, as long as Noah added some aesthetic elements and made some improvements, not only would these sword skills not lose their original power, but they would also be pleasing to the eye. It was just a slight improvement, so it didn't require much effort. After the improvements were completed, Gray and Vath would teach Noah a sword dance called the Absolute Sword Skill. As for the night, it was the cultivation of the spirit envoys. Just like what Gray and Vath had said, although Noah was powerful as an elven user, he was just an intern, a rookie among rookies. Noah still didn't know many ways to communicate with elves and how to command them, let alone forming a contract with an elf, having his own contracted elf, and obtaining the power of an elf. In short, now, you will practice sword dance during the day and practice elven user skills at night. Gray and Vath set Noah's course of study in an unquestionable tone. Although it's already too late for you to learn the abilities of an elven envoy at your age, it's fortunate that you have a strong foundation in the sword dance. As an elven envoy, your talent is also quite high. I believe that it shouldn't be difficult for you to become a powerful elven envoy. Generally speaking, the power of a witch would reach its peak between the age of 10 to 25. After that, it would only continue to decline. Therefore, at the age of 25, the elven users who began to lose their power would consider retiring, and then marry with a pure-blooded noble, leaving the next generation with more perfect elven abilities. Because of this, witches who wanted to become an elven user had to be trained from a young age, and they had to be trained before the age of 10. In terms of age, Noah was much later than those orthodox elven users. To train as an elven user at this age, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if others knew about it? However, Gray and Vath couldn't laugh. This was because this elven envoy with the title of Twilight, which had personally witnessed Noah, in less than a night's time, complete a cultivation that would take others 1 or 2 years to complete. He had started to communicate with wild elves and could command low-level elves. In order to reach this level, even Gray and Vath had spent nearly 3 months, but Noah had only spent 3 hours. The gap between them could be seen from this. Originally, as an elven user, learning elven magic is also an important course, but you don't have a contract with an elf, so elven magic is useless to you. Secondly, you don't have that much time, so you can only give up on elven magic. Gray and Vath kept bringing up their ideas. Your true strength lies in the sword dance. As long as you learn how to communicate with elves, establish a contract with them, learn how to summon and control contracted elves, and obtain the elven device, you will become one of the best elven users in this continent. While speaking, Gray and Vath kept explaining the elven user's abilities. Noah listened seriously and absorbed all of it as if he was thirsty, improving his elven user's abilities little by little. Time flew by quickly. Not long after, the night was over. During the day, the sunlight passed through the heavy branches, leaving countless tiny light spots in the elven forest. It was a beautiful scene. Clang, 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 clang. On the empty ground, 2 figures wielding knight swords crossed each other and slashed at each other with lightning-fast slashes. The sound of swords clashing against each other was like a melody, echoing rhythmically above the empty ground. Under Noah's deliberate suppression, Gray and Vath mercilessly launched fierce attacks at Noah. I've discovered that when you're fighting, your improvement is thousands of times faster than usual. With this reason, Gray and Vath violently rushed at Noah like a gust of wind. The pitch-black knight, sword in her hand, turned into a stream of light and slashed at Noah from all directions. So if I want you to quickly grasp the knack of the sword dance, there is no better way than fighting. That was indeed the case. Pandora said that as long as there was a battle, the existence called Godslayer could continuously become stronger. This foul physique was successfully found out by Gray and Vath. Therefore, under Gray and Vath's fierce attacks, Noah, who had deliberately suppressed his strength, only displayed his sword skills with a strength that was on par with Gray and Vath's. As if he was blessed with good fortune, he constantly improved his sword skills bit by bit. Over time, Noah's swordsmanship gradually changed from a state where it was only about power and not about appearance to one that took into account both aspects. From afar, Noah looked like he was dancing. The knight's sword in his hand was like a meteor, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Seeing Noah's figure becoming more and more pleasing to the eye, witnessing Noah's extraordinary speed of improvement, Gray and Vath couldn't help but think while being shocked. Perhaps I'm making an existence that was originally a monster even more frightening. Just like that, under the guidance of Gray and Vath, Noah's ability and fighting skills as an elven user rapidly improved. 3 days later, Noah completely improved his sword skills, turning them into a true sword dance. At the same time, under the guidance of Gray and Vath, Noah learned the initial form of the ultimate sword skill, Purple Lightning. 7 days later, Noah completed his initial training as an elven user. On that day, Gray and Vath returned to the academy. According to them, they were looking for a high elf that could be contracted for Noah. It wasn't until the 10th day that Gray and Vath returned to the elven forest, interrupting Noah's training. As soon as they appeared in front of Noah, Gray and Vath directly threw out such a sentence. I found an elf that suits you. Chapter 942. On that day, Noah returned to Alicia Elven Academy, which he had not visited for 10 days, and went to Gray and Vaz's office. As soon as he opened the door, a figure entered Noah's sight. It was a woman in her 20s. She had long black hair, wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and wore a long-sleeved white shirt. She seemed to be an elven teacher. Let me introduce you. As soon as she came in, Gray and Vaz said directly to Noah, "Her name is Freya Grando. She's the teacher of the Crow class, which gathers the most problematic children in the academy. She's also my right-hand woman. Dean, can you please introduce me in a more normal way?" The female teacher named Freya sighed faintly, but still looked at Noah, brazenly sizing him up. "I've heard about you from the dean. You're the second male elven envoy in history, and you're the dean's disciple, right?" "Excellent disciple." Noah smiled bitterly, but he did not deny it. He nodded directly. "The dean has indeed taught me many things. I hope Teacher Freya can give me some pointers." "I don't really want to give you pointers. After all, you've heard that I'm the teacher of the Crow class, which has the most problematic children." Freya did not deny and went straight to the point. "However, the dean has asked me to help you find an elf that you can contract with, and it must be a high elf that suits you. It's really difficult." As she said that, the teacher named Freya handed a folder to Noah. Noah took the folder from Freya's hands and flipped it open. As soon as he opened it, Noah saw a map. It was a map that indicated the direction to a certain place in the elven forest outside Alicia Elven Academy. "In this place, there's an ancestral hall that worships the elves," Freya said, "and the sealed elves are worshipped there." "Sealed elves?" Noah was stunned, and then looked at Gray and Vaz with some displeasure. "Do you think highly of me, or do you wish for me to be unlucky?" Noah's words were not without reason. As mentioned before, some of the elves were quite dangerous. That didn't just refer to the evil elves in nature. There was also a type of elf that was also seen as a very dangerous existence. Most of them were extremely powerful, but they would bring disaster to humans. In ancient times, they were even known as terrifying existences like demon gods or ghost gods. Some of these elves were too hot-tempered and would attack humans or even their masters at the slightest provocation. Some of them were unable to control their powers and would often lose control. Due to various reasons, they were sealed away. People especially called this type of sprite the seal sprite. That didn't refer to any particular type of sprite, but to all the dangerous and sealed sprites. Of course, it wasn't as if no one could enslave this kind of spirit. Sealing a sprite was dangerous, but once one had the ability to control it, the sprite user who had formed a contract with it could obtain unimaginable power. In other words, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Therefore, those who set their eyes on the seal sprite were either people who had an extreme desire for power or people who were extremely conceited about their abilities as sprite users. But no matter which one it was, once the control of the seal sprite failed, what awaited would be a tragedy. Noah had just become a sprite user for less than half a month, and he had just completed the initial cultivation of a sprite user. Yet, he chose such a dangerous seal sprite as his contract partner. If it was an ordinary sprite user, it would be no different from courting death. "Because it's you, that's why I'm doing this," Gray and Vaz said calmly. "After all, although your abilities as a sprite user are still very immature, your own strength is astonishing. Even if the contract fails, you can at least protect yourself. And if the contract succeeds, the benefits will be great. In other words, you want me to try my luck?" Noah sighed, but he had no reason to object. After all, since he wanted to form a contract, it was naturally best to form a contract with a powerful sprite. Although a seal sprite was dangerous, it also meant that its strength was enough to threaten. Who wouldn't want to form a contract with such a sprite? "I heard from the dean that you're especially good at sword dancing, right?" Freya knocked on the folder in Noah's hand. The seal sprite enshrined in this ancestral hall is sealed in a sword, and it is very likely to be a sword sprite. If you can form a contract with a sword sprite, it should be very beneficial for you, who is good at sword dancing. "Oh, you've prepared to this extent?" Gray and Vaz exclaimed. "As expected of you." "Dean, don't praise me too early." Freya's expression suddenly became troubled. "Although I found the sprite you requested, at the same time, I also attracted a problem." "Problem?" Gray and Vaz were stunned. "Problem?" Noah also looked up from the folder in his hand. Freya opened her mouth and was about to say something when there was a knock on the door. "Is it here?" Freya's expression became even more troubled. "Dean, The problem is probably outside the door. Gray and Vaz raised an eyebrow and said directly, "Come in." As soon as she said that, the door to the dean's office was opened. Noah turned his head and looked at the door. In the next second, a bright red color entered Noah's vision. It was the color of hair that fell down like a waterfall. A young girl walked in from outside the door. It was a petite girl wearing the uniform of the Alicia Elven Academy. She had a very cute face and looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. However, she had a head of very eye-catching long red hair that was tied into 2 ponytails. The young girl walked into the office with strong steps and looked at Freya, Gray, and Vaz, and finally at Noah. At this moment, Noah saw hostility from the young girl's bright red eyes that were the same color as her hair. It was a hostility that could not be concealed. Of course, it was not malicious, but it was as if she had met a strong competitor. She felt pressured and nervous, and in the end, it became the kind of hostility that could not be concealed. It was this kind of hostility that made Noah blink his eyes, and he was a little confused. "You are the male elf that was personally guided by the dean, right?" The young girl used a clear voice like a silver bell and directly made such a declaration to Noah. "I will never lose to you." Huh? Noah was confused. What was going on this time? On the contrary, Gray and Vaz seemed to understand a young girl's meaning and said to Freya with uncertainty, "Could it be, I think it's the same as what you thought, Dean," Freya explained in a troubled manner. "Because of the Dean's orders, I have been investigating if there are any powerful elves that can be contracted. In the end, I accidentally let Claire Lucio know about it." Hearing Freya's words, even Gray and Vaz frowned and rubbed their temples. This is really an unexpected problem. Seeing Gray, Vaz, and Freya talking in riddles, Noah was almost confused. Now, what was the situation? Although I almost know what is going on, I still want to ask clearly. Gray and Vaz crossed their arms and looked at the young girl in front of them. "Claire Lucio, what do you want to do?" "Dean." The young girl named Claire raised her cute little head and looked at Gray and Vaz without hesitation. She was unusually determined, but her eyes were filled with obsession. "I also want to have the opportunity to form a contract with the Sealed Sword Elf." When this sentence came out from the mouth of a young girl named Claire, the reactions of the other 3 were completely different. Gray, Vaz, and Freya looked at each other as if they had expected this. Noah, on the other hand, was slightly startled as he looked at the girl named Claire. "Humph." Claire snorted softly and turned her head away. This time, even Noah felt troubled. Things seemed to have become troublesome. Chapter 943. In the tranquil forest, warm sunlight spilled through the gaps between the leaves, illuminating the somewhat gloomy forest. Noah walked slowly towards the depths of the forest, turning a few corners from time to time. Compared to 10 days ago when he had just arrived in the elven forest of this world, his footsteps seemed to have become much more proficient, and he no longer had the tendency to get lost. However, walking on such a forest path, Noah appeared to be somewhat uncomfortable, his gaze constantly sweeping behind him. Stare dash. Behind Noah, at a distance, a petite girl with bright red hair was following him step by step. A pair of fiery red eyes stared intently at Noah, full of vigilance and some curiosity. The reason why Noah felt uncomfortable was that Claire was staring at him from behind. Moreover, ever since they had left the academy, Claire had been staring at Noah in this state, making Noah extremely uncomfortable all the way. Unable to bear it any longer, Noah couldn't help but stop and turn around to look at Claire. "I say, can you stop staring at me like this?" However, just as Noah said this, Claire's expression changed, and she started shouting in a panic. "Wah wah! Wah wah! He's talking to me. I'm going to be defiled." This sentence caused the corners of Noah's mouth to twitch. "He's looking at me." Claire didn't care about Noah's feelings at all and hid behind a tree in a panic, still crying out in panic. Not good. I'm going to be pregnant." This time, even Noah's eyelids were twitching. Intuition told Noah that if he didn't make things clear here, he would definitely lose something very important. Immediately, Noah rubbed his temples and walked directly in Claire's direction. Claire, who had just poked her head out from behind the tree, happened to see Noah walking towards her. Her cute face stiffened. Then she panicked and closed her eyes, crying out in alarm. Don't come over here." The moment she finished speaking, a turbulent wave of air surged out from Claire's body. Clang! At the same time, on the back of one of Claire's hands, a complicated, entirely red engraving lit up. That's... Noah stopped. Elven engraving? Elven engraving. That was an engraving that would be branded on a certain part of the elven user's body after forming a contract with an elf. That was the proof of forming a contract with an elf, and also a door that could connect to the elemental elf world. Through this door, the elven envoys could summon the elves who were in the elemental elf world and had formed a contract with them to their side at any time. That was to say, Claire was currently summoning a spirit. Hum! Accompanied by the sound of air trembling, a flame suddenly condensed in the palm of Claire's hand with the elven engraving, turning into a long whip burning with flames. It was the elven device. Who? Without any hesitation, Claire fiercely swung the elven device whip in her hand in Noah's direction, causing the long whip burning with flames to turn into a red shadow. Like a sword light flashing through the air, it slashed towards Noah's direction. Noah, who didn't expect Claire to suddenly attack, was stunned on the spot, but his movements didn't have any hesitation. He dodged in a flash. Pa! The long whip burning with flames hit the ground with a crisp sound, leaving a scorched mark. "What's wrong with you?" Noah said in exasperation. "Why did you suddenly attack me? How did I offend you?" "Woo!" Claire tightly grasped the long whip of flames, staring at Noah with tears in her eyes. Because you definitely want to turn into a wolf and eat me in one bite." Noah only felt a lump in his chest, almost suffocating him to death. It wasn't easy for him to calm it down, as if he was suppressing something, forcing a fake smile. "Can I ask you, why do you have such thoughts?" "Humph, don't think you can hide it from me." Claire glared at Noah. "News of what happened to you has long since spread throughout the academy." Hearing this, Noah calmed down. That was true. As early as 10 days ago, Gray and Vaz announced that Noah, a male elven envoy, would be transferring to the Elven Academy. The entire academy, and even the entire Ordesia Empire, received the news. In history, apart from Noah, there was only one other male elven envoy, the Demon King, Solomon, the male elven envoy who had once brought an indelible disaster to this continent. As a male elven envoy, like the Demon King, it was natural that he would attract the attention and fear of others. Claire was probably scared too, right? However, just as Noah was thinking and calming down, Claire mustered up her courage and said loudly, "Don't worry, I'm going to kill you. Everyone already knows that as long as a male elven envoy speaks to you, you'll be defiled." Noah almost fell to the ground. "Also, as long as a male elven envoy looks at you, you will get pregnant. If a male elven envoy comes close, he will turn into a wolf and eat us in one bite." Claire seemed to have seen through the truth and pointed at Noah. "That's why I'm telling you, don't think that you can hide your terrifying ability to corrupt, just because you've become the Dean's disciple. Even if you defile me, impregnate me, and turn into a wolf to eat me, I will never admit defeat to you." Although she said this, the corners of Claire's eyes were filled with tears. It was as if Noah had spoken to her and looked at her by Noah. She was doomed to depravity and could no longer maintain a pure and sorrowful appearance. Noah suddenly felt like he was an idiot for being so serious with Claire. He felt like he was being treated like a demon king, like an evil person in other people's eyes. Only an idiot would have the idea of being an evil person. Claire's words also let Noah know what kind of existence he was in the eyes of the students of the Elven Academy. As long as he spoke to the girls, he would defile them. As long as he looked at the girls, he would make them pregnant. As long as he got close to the girls, he would transform into a wolf and eat them in one bite. This was the first time Noah knew that he actually had such terrifying abilities that others couldn't help but ridicule him. Just how unworldly were the magi of Aletheia Elven Academy? No matter how pure they were, how could they view a boy like this? You win. Noah could only turn around in despair. Then if you don't want to be defiled by me, don't want to have my child, and don't want to be eaten by me in one bite, then don't get close to me. After saying this, Noah dragged his heavy footsteps forward. Wait, wait. Claire finally reacted and hurriedly chased after him, shouting as she chased. You defiled me. You actually want to leave. At this moment, Noah was really glad that he was in the elven forest where there weren't many people. If Claire called him that in public, Noah really wouldn't have the face to continue living in this world. According to the map provided by Freya, Noah and Claire passed through the elven forest one after another. After about half an hour, they arrive at a road paved with stone bricks. In front of the road, there was a steep cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a solemn door built with stone bricks. On both sides, there were stone lampposts used for worship. Noah, who was the first to arrive at the door, raised his head and looked at the solemn stone door. Is this the ancestral hall that enshrines the sealed elf of the sword? Relying on his sensing ability, Noah felt that the stone door had no door. It was like the entrance of a tunnel, and there were waves of obscure fluctuations reverberating from it. That was a barrier. Looks like I didn't find the wrong place. Looking at the continuously fluctuating barrier at the entrance of the ancestral hall, Noah's eyes flashed. Let me see what the legendary holy sword that killed the Demon King looks like. Chapter 944. Solomon, the only male elf who was crowned as the Demon King. The existence of this Demon King could be traced back to hundreds of years ago. After hundreds of years, although the Demon King's deeds were still widely spread, most people only treated it as a legend. And there was another person who was passed down along with this legend. Hundreds of years ago, she defeated the Demon King who brought disaster to the continent, and was called the Saintess who saved the world. Alicia Edith, the Saintess who killed the Demon King and saved the continent. The Alicia Elven Academy was named after this Saintess, and the weapon used by the Saintess who saved the world to kill the Demon King was also widely spread as a legend. That was what the world called the sword. Demon Slayer. Some people said that the sword was just an ordinary weapon. There were also people who said that a sword that could kill the Demon King that the entire continent was helpless against was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Therefore, the most convincing explanation was that the Saintess was also an elf envoy, and the Demon Slayer she used was the elf magic device transformed from the great elf envoy's elf. No one could give a definite answer as to what the truth was, because it had already become a legend. However, the information that Freya gave Noah mentioned it. The Demon Slayer was enshrined in the elf forest's ancestral hall. As for whether it was referring to the elf or the sword used to seal the elf, it was unknown. Even whether it was true or not was unknown. Hey, at a place far away from Noah, Claire was still hiding behind a tree. Facing Noah, she was a little anxious and impatient. Do you want to go in or not? If you don't want to go in, then give me the elf. Hearing Claire's words, Noah sighed. Because Claire also requested to form a contract with the elf, the helpless Gray and Vath could only let Noah and Claire compete fairly. After all, this elf was only sealed in the elf forest. It did not belong to the academy, nor did it belong to Gray and Vath. As long as one had the ability, they were qualified to fight for it. It was because of this that Noah and Claire had stepped on the path here together. Don't tell me you don't know how to remove the enchantment, Claire said in dissatisfaction, her voice carrying some anxiety and impatience. If that's the case, then stay away and let me remove it. No need. Noah sighed again. Enchantment or whatever, it has no effect on me. After saying this, Noah directly stepped forward and slammed into the enchantment without doing anything. The enchantment touched by Noah's body began to twist and undulate like a boiling water surface. Then it suddenly froze. Bang! Like glass being smashed, the enchantment that sealed the entrance of the ancestral hall exploded. Seeing this, Claire's little mouth opened cutely. Ignoring Claire, Noah's footsteps didn't even stop. Under Claire's gaze, he walked into the dark passage. Wait, wait for me. Claire hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he walked into the ancestral hall, a dark and damp passage appeared in front of Noah. In this passage, there was even a musty smell in the air. It was obvious that no one had visited it for a long time. Noah couldn't help but frown, lightly covering his nose and mouth. So smelly and so dark. Claire, who caught up from behind, also covered her nose and mouth and stretched out a hand. Flames illuminate the darkness. What came out of Claire's mouth was an incantation that was hard to understand. It was a language called Elven. In the midst of the incantation, a faint divine power surged from Claire's hand and turned into a small fireball, illuminating the surroundings. That was the most elementary flame, Elven magic. Seeing Claire use the flame, Elven magic with his own eyes, Noah couldn't help but speak. Since you can use both the flame Elven equipment and the flame Elven magic, it proves that you have formed a contract with a flame Elven, right? Yes. Claire's mind didn't seem to be on Noah anymore. She raised the small fireball in her hand and looked into the depths of the passage as she answered indifferently. Can't I? Since you already have a contract with a spirit, why do you still need to form a contract with a sealed spirit here? Noah asked doubtfully. If I remember correctly, dual contracts should be very difficult to control, right? Simply put, the so-called dual contract was to form a contract with two spirits at the same time. Although there were differences in strength among the spirits, if there were a lot of them, even the weakest strength would become stronger. Moreover, they could also complement each other's weaknesses. However, under normal circumstances, there were almost no benefits to forming a contract with multiple spirits. This was because the contracted spirits would affect each other, causing them to be unable to display their original strength. It could even cause an imbalance in the spirit's divine power and make it impossible to use Elven magic. If one didn't have a certain amount of talent, it would be impossible to control multiple spirits at the same time. It was already very difficult to control a double contract, let alone a contract that was more than double. Even Gray and Vaz had only formed a contract with one spirit. One could imagine how difficult it was. Not to mention, sealed spirits were very difficult to control in the first place. Adding on the fact that it was a dual contract, it really wasn't wise. In response, Claire's fiery red eyes began to flicker as she spoke in a low voice. She said in a low voice, I must obtain a powerful spirit, one that won't lose to anyone. Leaving only this sentence, Claire no longer paid attention to Noah and walked into the depths of the passage. Looking at Claire's slender back, Noah scratched his cheek. Really, no matter where I go, I can meet people with stories. Passing through the tunnel-like passage, Noah and Claire silently reached the depths and finally saw the ancestral hall at the end of the passage. It was surrounded by rock walls. In the vast open space of the ancestral hall, there was a path made of stone, and at the very front of the ancestral hall, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a sword engraved with very delicate patterns. The entire sword was emitting a faint arc of light. It looked like it had been there for a long time, but it didn't have any wear or tear. It was inserted upside down on a stone platform that had been carefully polished, rendering the atmosphere extremely sacred. Gazing at the sword, Noah and Claire glanced at each other. I heard that most of the sealed elves are sealed in famous weapons or props, right? Noah asked. Let's not talk about whether that sword is the holy sword that killed the Demon King. The sealed spirit we're looking for is undoubtedly sealed in that sword, right? That's right. Claire stared closely at the sword, some nervousness appearing in her eyes, but more of it was unswerving determination. No matter what spirit it is, I must make it obediently become mine. From Claire's words, Noah heard a sense of mission. Then, Claire dispelled the fireball in her hand and looked straight ahead, speaking to Noah. If you don't plan to make a move, then let me go first. Gray, Vaz also said that we will compete fairly. Noah said indifferently. You go first. If you fail, it's my turn. Don't worry. Claire took a deep breath. There's no place for you to fight here. After saying that, Claire stepped forward and walked with powerful steps to the altar. The surroundings were deathly silent. Under Noah's gaze, Claire reached out her hand and tightly grasped the hilt of the sword in front of her, closing her eyes. Proud spirit sealed in the ancient holy sword. You shall serve me as your master and form a contract. Then I shall be your scabbard. When the elven incantation flowed out of Claire's mouth like a song, the holy sword hilt in Claire's tightly gripped hand started to blossom with light. Wong. Suddenly, within the vast ancestral hall, a gust of wind swept out in all directions with the altar as the center without any warning. Chapter 945. Whoosh! An astonishing gale swept back and forth in the ancestral hall. Like a powerful storm, it blew in all directions, causing sand and dust to fly up. Noah, who was standing at the entrance of the passage, raised a hand in front of him. He looked at the sword on the altar that Claire was holding tightly. Its entire body was radiating light, and it even set off waves of wind. His expression was a bit surprised. What astonishing divine might! The spirit sealed in that sword is definitely not an ordinary spirit. After understanding this, Noah started to worry. Can that girl successfully form a contract with such a spirit? Noah wasn't worried that Claire would steal his powerful spirit. Rather, he was worried that with Claire's ability, if she failed to form a contract, she would be injured by the runaway spirit. Recalling Claire's resolute gaze filled with a sense of mission, Noah could only smile bitterly. I hope that girl doesn't act recklessly. Unfortunately, things didn't develop as Noah expected. Goo! Claire, who was tightly holding the sword, let out a small, bitter groan. She could only feel the enormous divine might from the sword rushing through her body like a substantial attack. I command thee to form a contract with me. Even so, Claire still didn't loosen her grip on the sword hilt. Instead, she gripped it tighter and tighter. Waves of divine power began to fluctuate in her hand, pouring it into the sword in an attempt to communicate with the spirit sealed within. At this moment, the sword in Claire's hand trembled violently. Suddenly, it blossomed with an astonishing light, bursting forth with a powerful impact. Bang! With a muffled sound, Claire's petite body was directly sent flying by the impact from a sword. Ah! Immediately, the young girl's scream echoed in the ancestral hall. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a figure leapt into the air and caught Claire, who was flying backwards. Then, with a powerful kick to the wall, the figure spun around and landed steadily on the ground. Moreover, it was in the form of a Princess Carrie. Claire, who was prepared to receive the impact, opened her eyes. Then, her face flushed red. You. What about you? Noah rolled his eyes. If you want to thank me, wait until after the matter is over. What do you mean after the matter? You beast. Claire's face was red. With tears in her eyes, she pounded Noah's chest with her small fists. You finally revealed your true nature. Are you preparing to turn into a wolf and eat me? What kind of circuit is in your head to have such thoughts? Noah almost collapsed. Is this the time to care about this? What? Are you saying that my purity isn't something I need to care about? No one said that, right? Release me, beast, pervert. Whoa, are you really going to hit me? Just as Noah and Claire were wrestling, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the dazzling altar in front of them. It cut through the air and shot toward Noah and Claire with a sharp sound of wind. Claire, who didn't notice this scene, was still pounding on Noah's chest with a red face. She struggled and shouted at the same time. Noah, however, noticed this. He could only ignore Claire's pounding and struggling. With a step, his figure nimbly dodged to the side. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of wind, the ray of light shot past Noah and Claire's original position and landed in the air. It drew a beautiful arc and rose into the air. At this time, the main body of the ray of light was finally revealed. It was a sword. It was shining with dazzling light. Its appearance was extremely luxurious and looked very gorgeous. That's the spirit sealed in the sword just now? Claire finally stopped her unreasonable tantrum and looked nervously at the steel sword floating in the air. It really is a sword spirit of the steel attribute. Besides, it isn't an ordinary sword spirit. Noah gazed at the steel sword that was emanating a dazzling radiance. You can feel it, right? There's a very powerful force in that sword. Elves were also divided into different levels. Under normal circumstances, from low to high, the elves in the elemental world could be divided into low, middle, and high levels, a total of 3 levels. However, elves of the same level had an extremely obvious difference in strength. And this sword in front of them, from the divine might and pressure it released, didn't look like an ordinary spirit. It has to be at least a high-level spirit. Noah's eyes flashed. And it has to be one of the top high-level spirits. It seems that your contract failed. Not only was the spirit sealed and the sword released, but it also seems to have entered a state of losing control. Noah gently placed Claire on the ground and patted her little head. Since you failed, it's my turn now. After saying that, Noah was about to step forward, but Claire hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and said excitedly, Who said I failed? I'm just about to start. Hey. Noah narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze on Claire. Are you still going to force yourself? That's none of your business. Claire lowered her head and bit her lip. I must obtain a powerful spirit, one that won't lose to anyone. After saying this, Claire took a step forward, her fiery red eyes staring unwaveringly at the steel sword floating in the air. Be obedient and become mine. Sword spirit. A vigorous divine aura turned into a wave of air and rose from Claire's petite body. Guardian of the red flames, the hearth keeper who never sleeps, the spirit imprint on the back of Claire's hand flashed with intense red light. Here, fulfill the blood contract and listen to my orders. The valiant divine might and the blazing red elven imprint entwined tightly together, setting off surging flames that landed on Claire's palm. Let's go. Claire yelled and threw the burning flame in her hand fiercely. Scarlet, the scorching flame thrown into the air by Claire, directly exploded and turned into a cat. It was a fire cat with a red body and burning flames all over. That was the flame spirit that Claire had formed a contract with. Noah was a little surprised when he sensed the divine might and temperature leaking out of the air. It's also a high-level spirit. Open your eyes and look carefully, male spirit. Claire's pretty face brimmed with a confident smile. I, Claire Lucio, am not as weak as you think. The moment he finished speaking, the fire elemental cat, named Scarlet, showed its true form in midair. It roared fiercely and pounced on the steel sword in midair with a scorching flame. When Scarlet rushed into the air, the steel sword suspended in the air suddenly shook and turned into a gorgeous sword light that shot out. The steel sword was extremely fast, so fast that one could barely see a sword light flash through the air. However, just as the steel sword was about to touch Scarlet's body, Scarlet let out a ferocious roar. The scorching flames surrounding the surface of his body suddenly expanded and gathered on a small claw. Immediately, Scarlet's sharp claws tore through the air, bringing with them an astonishingly high temperature as they collided with the steel sword that was shooting towards him. Clang! Following the sound of steel colliding with steel, a burst of sparks poured down from the air like raindrops. Then, the sharp steel sword spun and flew out of the scorching flames, as if it had been knocked away. Success! Claire let out a cry of joy. However, Noah subconsciously felt that something was wrong and hurriedly called out, No, that's not the sword spirit's full strength. Before he could finish speaking, the sharp steel sword suddenly paused and suddenly erupted with a terrifying divine aura. It flashed out like lightning. Poochie! In the next second, the steel sword pierced through the fire cat spirit's body. Chapter 946. Poochie. When the sharp steel sword flashed out like lightning and directly penetrated the body of the fire cat sprite named Scarlet, the fire cat sprite let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. Scarlet. Claire also let out a mournful cry and desperately ran in the direction of the fire cat sprite that had fallen. However, at this moment, the sharp steel sword that had penetrated the fire cat sprite's body turned and pointed its tip at Claire's back as she ran in the direction of Scarlet. Whoosh! The next moment, the sharp steel sword that had turned into an arrow once again cut through the space and descended from the sky, rapidly shooting towards Claire's back. However, the sharp steel sword that was mercilessly shooting in the direction of Claire did not notice. At the same time, Noah's figure suddenly appeared in midair. His dark and deep eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he suddenly flicked his hand. Pah! With a crisp sound, Noah tightly grasped the hilt of the sharp steel sword in his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. The sharp steel sword suddenly vibrated crazily. On it, a powerful divine power transformed into a substantial impact that repeatedly shook Noah's hand that was tightly grasping the sword hilt. However, not only did Noah not let go, but he also raised the sharp steel sword in his hand and pointed it upwards. He gripped the hilt so tightly that blue veins popped out. Suddenly, Noah's LV, for strength, forcibly stopped the crazy vibration of the sharp steel sword. Buzz! At the same time, an incomparably fierce divine power shook from Noah's hand that was tightly grasping the sword hilt. Like a stormy sea, it continuously poured into the sharp steel sword. As a result, the divine power that was more turbulent than the sharp steel sword actually pushed back the divine power that was repeatedly shaking the sword toward Noah. Buzz, 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 buzz. As if really enraged, the sharp steel sword erupted with even more ferocious divine power amidst the vibrations in the air and space. It turned into an impact that shook the divine power that was attacking Noah. Boom! Thus, the two incomparably terrifying divine powers collided with each other, using the sword as a bridge. It was as if an invisible bomb had been detonated, stirring up an astonishing shockwave that spread in all directions. It's a lie, right? Claire, who was hugging the dying fire cat sprite, tried her best to stabilize her footsteps. Her fiery red hair fluttered wildly in the wind, but it still could not conceal the shock in Claire's eyes. How can that male sprite's divine power be so strong? Little did she know that Noah was also in surprise. However, what surprised Noah was not the strength of the sprite's divine power, but the strength of the sword sprite's divine power. There's actually a way to be a pure energy that is equal to mine. One must know that Noah had an unlimited source of magic power. And when the source of magic power was transformed into a source of divine power or a source of divine power, the magic power within would not be depleted in the slightest. In other words, the amount of divine power in Noah's source of magic power would be the same when it was transformed into a source of divine power or a source of divine power. In other words, Noah's divine power could also be said to be unlimited. Of course, while divine power was unlimited, Noah himself was limited. If he used more magic power, divine power than his body could handle in one go, then Noah's body would definitely be damaged. Simply put, the water in the reservoir was unlimited, but the water pipes that could extract water from the reservoir were limited. In terms of power output, the amount of divine power that Noah could use in one go was not truly unlimited. However, even so, the amount of divine power that Noah was using now was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than that of an ordinary sprite. Under such circumstances, the sword sprite's divine power was actually able to compete with Noah's divine power, which really surprised Noah. But that's it. At the center of the shock waves caused by the collision of divine power, Noah held the sharp steel that was constantly vibrating and his eyes focused. Even if the capacity of the water pipes is the same, the amount of water stored in the reservoir is different. Your divine power will be exhausted sooner or later, but my divine power is almost endless. After all, the amount of divine power that Noah could use in one go was not even a billionth of the total amount of divine power in the source of divine power. If he continued to use this amount of power, the sword sprite's divine power would be exhausted sooner or later. If Noah wanted to exhaust his divine power, it might be an exaggeration to say that he would exhaust it until the end of time, but it was definitely enough to exhaust it until he was old. In fact, the divine power that was continuously vibrating from the sharp steel sword was indeed gradually weakening. With an almost unlimited source of divine might as a backup, Noah's divine might continued to pour into the razor-sharp steel sword with the greatest amount of power. Over time, the sharp steel sword was starting to be unable to support itself. Just as Noah confirmed his victory, the sharp steel sword suddenly trembled and blossomed with a frightening light that covered Noah's palm. "Gotcha!" In the next moment, a voice that sounded like ice was condensed rang out faintly. However, what condensed wasn't ice but Noah's hand. Moreover, what condensed in Noah's hand wasn't ice, but heavy steel. "Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha." Noah's hand that was tightly gripping the sword hilt was constantly covered by the heavy steel amidst the congealing sounds. His entire hand became heavy. "Not good," Claire cried out in alarm. "That sword sprite is starting to use elven magic." This tempering phenomenon was one of the elven magic spells that the sword sprite with the steel attribute could use. Knowing that it couldn't compete with Noah in terms of divine power and that it couldn't break free from Noah's LV. For strength ability, the sharp steel sword could only choose to use elven magic to attack Noah. In response, Noah only sneered. The tempering phenomenon that was spreading on Noah's arm suddenly stopped. Bang! Not long after, the steel that was climbing on Noah's arm shattered, turning into steel pieces that fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Claire was stunned. Even the sword sprite that was constantly vibrating stopped for a moment and stopped vibrating. "Sorry, magic doesn't work on me," Noah said indifferently. "Not only can my body reflect all magic, but it is also immune to all kinds of negative powers. Whether you're tempering, petrifying, weakening, poisoning, or even cursing, it doesn't work on me." When these words came out of Noah's mouth, the sharp steel sword that was desperately vibrating suddenly stopped and became motionless. Noah was startled, and then his eyes lit up. Good chance. After saying this, Noah closed his eyes and poured the greatest amount of divine power into the steel sword in his hand. "Arrogant sprite sealed in the ancient holy sword, you should serve me as your master and form a contract. Then I will be your scabbard." The incomprehensible elven spell turned into the most pleasing words, echoing in the vast ancestral hall. "I command you, form a contract with me." At this moment, the sharp steel sword's whole body was flowing with dazzling light. However, this light wasn't as dazzling as before, but was rather gorgeous and gentle. The sharp steel sword trembled slightly, but no longer struggled. It slowly accepted the divine power flowing from Noah's body, and its own divine power intertwined with Noah's divine power, fusing together. After an unknown amount of time, on the back of Noah's left hand that was holding the sword, there seemed to be several swords crisscrossing, forming an extremely complicated pattern. That was naturally the elven mark, the most direct proof of forming a contract with the sprite. The moment the elven mark appeared, the sharp steel sword in Noah's hand slowly turned into a shadow. When everything calmed down, whether it was the steel sword, the light, or the wind, they all dissipated in the air, disappearing without a trace. The whole place returned to silence. Claire, who had witnessed this scene with her own eyes, hugged Scarlet tightly and murmured, "That's right. It's really..." Noah, on the other hand, was still holding his sword tightly. He looked at the elven mark on the back of his left hand, and his eyes flickered. Only Noah knew. In the final moment, it wasn't that the sword sprite was conquered, but that it chose to accept the contract. Chapter 9:47. Alessia Elven Academy. The dean's office. Sitting behind the luxurious desk, Grey Vath raised her head and looked forward. As far as Grey Vath could see, the two of them stood some distance apart. It was Noah and Claire who had just returned from the elven forest. Grey Vath glanced at the elven mark on the back of Noah's left hand and smiled. "Looks like things went quite smoothly. Successful?" Noah raised his hand that was branded with the elven mark and said in a self-deprecating manner, "If you saw how unreasonable that wild elf was at the scene, I wonder if you would still have such thoughts. Isn't it fine as long as the result is smooth? Grey Vath said nonchalantly. You should be satisfied to be able to successfully form a contract with such a high-level elf. After speaking, Gravath no longer paid attention to Noah. Instead, she looked at Claire, who had been keeping her head down the entire time, and said meaningfully, I think a little failure is a good thing for you. What do you think? Claire bit her lips and glared at Noah with her fiery red eyes. She looked like she had a deep grudge against him, and even pointed a finger at Noah. You only formed a contract with a wild elf from who knows where. That doesn't mean I lost to you. Noah felt a headache coming on. I didn't say I wanted to compete with you, did I? This kind of thing is a test of luck, isn't it? As mentioned before, elves also had their own wills. Although Witch G would be able to communicate with fairies as long as she was pure and untainted, forming a contract was another matter altogether. Elves had the right to choose the master they liked. Therefore, even if an elven user's abilities were lower, as long as they had a deep emotional foundation with the elf, they could sometimes form a contract with a high-level elf. Therefore, forming a contract with an elf would not only test the elven user's abilities, but also the compatibility. When they were in the ancestral hall, the sealed sword elf was obviously very resistant to Claire. As for Noah, the sword elf was resistant at first, but for some reason, it suddenly compromised. Maybe I just happened to get along well with that sword elf. Noah shrugged. Maybe it felt that you weren't suitable for it, so it refused to form a contract with you. That's also possible, right? What do you mean by that? Claire was furious. You want to say that I have a bad temper and the elf hates me, right? I didn't say that. Noah looked at Claire with ridicule. If you mind, I can help you ask that sword sprite. While saying this, Noah deliberately waved his hand with the elven mark in front of Claire with a spurious smile. Claire's petite body began to tremble. Just when Noah thought that he had angered Claire, tears suddenly welled up in the corners of Claire's eyes. Undoubtedly, you defiled me and almost made me pregnant. In the elven forest, you even planned to turn into a wolf and eat me in one bite. Now you're saying such irresponsible words? Claire shouted at Noah. I hate you the most. Leaving these words behind, Claire ran out of the office with tears streaming down her face like a woman who had been abandoned. Noah was completely frozen in place. He couldn't even move. Oh, Gray and Vath looked at Noah with bone-chilling eyes. So you did that kind of thing? Seeing the bone-chilling coldness in Gray and Vath's eyes, Noah's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. If I say that things aren't what you think, will you believe me? Believe, of course I believe you. After all, you were invited by me to study in this academy. You didn't come here with bad intentions, right? Gray and Vath smiled sweetly, but there was no smile in her eyes. I just hope that you can move around in front of me as much as possible. That way, I will feel more at ease. Do you understand? Noah raised his head and looked at the ceiling, speechless. Elven forest, open space, Noah and Gray and Vath walked out of Elven Academy and stood facing each other, bathing in the warm sunlight. Looking carefully, Gray and Vath were explaining something to Noah without stopping. In short, if you want to summon your own contracted spirit, you must first focus your will on the proof of the contract with the spirit, which is the spirit mark. Then, you must use an exclusive spirit summoning incantation, which is the so-called contract method. Through the connection with the spirit in the elemental spirit world, you can open a circuit to the elemental spirit world. Then, you can summon your contracted spirit. Gray and Vath explained attentively, which was rare. As for the contract method, you just need to focus your will on the spirit mark, and you should be able to get it. Noah nodded, indicating that he understood. Gray and Vath took a step back. I've already taught you the specific method. Now, you can try to summon your contracted spirit. Noah nodded silently again. He raised his left hand that was engraved with the elven seal and closed his eyes. Wong. Some divine power flowed out from the nearly infinite divine power source in Noah's body and flowed to Noah's arm. Then, it passed through Noah's arm and poured into the spirit mark. Noah followed the method taught by Gray and Vath and focused his will on the spirit mark on the back of his left hand. It was like sinking his consciousness into a crystal-clear lake. His will continued to concentrate. This process lasted for who knows how long. Until a certain moment, Noah suddenly felt a flash of inspiration in his heart, causing him to open his mouth slightly as though he was blessed with good fortune. Then, he chanted the elven language that turned into a spell. Cold Steel Queen, holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power. The melodious elven incantation echoed in the air, accompanied by a surge of divine power that spread in all directions. Clank! Suddenly, the faint spirit mark on the back of Noah's left hand lit up. Noah could feel it. At this moment, the elven seal in his hand, with the help of Noah's divine power, built a passage that extended into the void and spread to another world that coexisted with this world. Not long after, as if a door leading to another world had been opened, the passage built from the elven mark connected with a brand new world, forming a loop. However, at this moment, the light that bloomed from Noah's spirit mark paused. Bang! Without any warning, the light that flashed from the spirit mark on the back of Noah's hand suddenly shattered like a ceramic that fell to the ground. Immediately after, the circuit that was connected to the elemental fairy's world also disappeared. Noah abruptly opened his eyes and stood up in surprise. What's going on? What's going on? Gray and Vath also rushed forward and frowned. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Noah shook his head and stared at the spirit mark on the back of his left hand. He also frowned. It's just that for some reason, after the circuit was built, there was a problem with the summoning. A problem with the summoning? Gray and Vath's frown deepened. In other words, you can't summon a contracted spirit? I don't know. Noah clenched his left hand that had the spirit mark on it. His eyes flickered slightly. Instead of saying that I can't summon a contracted spirit, it's more like the contracted spirit can't respond to my summoning. The contracted spirit can't respond to your summoning. Gray and Vath pondered. Could it be that there's a problem with that spirit in the elemental world of spirits? That's why I don't know. Noah raised his head and looked at Gray and Vath. I'm just a newbie who just started learning the skills of elven summoning. If you don't know, it's even more impossible for me to know. That's true. Gray and Vath smiled bitterly. For now, let's observe the situation first. Hearing this, Noah could only nod helplessly. Chapter 948. It was nighttime. In the elven forest that had turned dark and gloomy, Noah held a sharp longsword in his hand and slowly drew a pattern on the ground. It was a simple magic circle. To be more precise, it was a simple magic circle that wasn't too complicated but was very delicate and detailed. After directly carving this magic circle on the ground with his sword, Noah casually threw away the sharp longsword in his hand and allowed it to be swallowed by the sudden fluctuation of golden ripples. Then he stood in the center of the magic circle. Taking a deep breath, Noah closed his eyes and extended his hand that was engraved with the elven mark. Cold Steel Queen, holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power, contract form. Elves needed to use the elven incantation when summoning their contracted elves. Just like humans, although they were collectively called humans, they couldn't become the same existence. The same principle applied to every single elf. Therefore, after forming a contract with a sprite, the sprite incantation required for each contract sprite to be summoned, which was the form of the contract, was different. Now, Noah was chanting the contract form that belonged to his contracted elf. Clang! Just like during the day, the moment Noah's contract form was cast, the elven mark that was branded on Noah's left hand bloomed with dazzling light. At the same time, the magic circle carved on the ground also shone, illuminating the entire dark space. Between the surrounding trees and bushes, evil elves that were hiding and preparing to do something bad to Noah were frightened by the sudden light. One by one, they fled in panic and disappeared in an instant. Noah stood in the center of the dazzling magic circle and tried his best to imbue the elven mark in his hand with divine power. He tried to use this door that could connect to the elemental elf world at any time and summon his contracted elf. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Just like during the day, the light that bloomed from Noah's elven mark suddenly froze. Bang! With a clear, cracking sound, the light shattered like glass, turning into light particles that dissipated into the air. On the ground, the dazzling magic array gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. Noah slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the elven mark on the back of his hand and sighed. It still doesn't work? Because the summoning during the day had failed, Noah planned to use the help of the magic array to open the circuit to the elemental sprite world more smoothly and summon the contracted sprites. Generally, this method of summoning contracted sprites with the help of magic square matrices was used by those who had just concluded a contract with sprites and were unable to act independently. It could make it easier for immature sprite users to summon contracted sprites. Originally, Gray and Vath thought that with Noah's talent, even if he had just contracted a sprite, he didn't need to install 2 small wheels on the back to avoid falling down like a child learning how to ride a bicycle. Who would have thought that the summoning would fail? Noah had no choice but to use this method, which was similar to installing 2 small wheels on the rear wheel of a bicycle to avoid falling down to summon the elves. If this still doesn't work, then I guess there's really no other way. Noah gently stroked the elven mark on the back of his hand and fell into deep thought. Why is that so? In fact, it wasn't rare for sprite users to be unable to summon contracted sprites in this world, because only the pure witch concubine could communicate with sprites. If one's body was tainted, then it was natural for one to be unable to summon sprites suddenly. Apart from that, for example, breaking the oath of the contract, causing one to be unable to communicate with sprites due to mental trauma, would also cause sprite users to be unable to summon sprites. In short, the matter of communicating with sprites was closely related to the sprite user's mental state. Noah wasn't a pure witch concubine to begin with. He was an exception to the rule of male sprite users. Naturally, there was no such thing as his body being tainted, losing his purity, and being unable to communicate with sprites. Therefore, this possibility could be ruled out first. Breaking the oath of the contract, or having mental trauma, had never happened to Noah before. Then, the only possibility was that the problem didn't lie with Noah, the sprite user, but with the sprite he was contracted with. Is it not willing to respond to my summoning? Or is it unable to respond to my summoning? Noah couldn't figure it out and could only give up on thinking about it. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Looking at the magic formation engraved on the ground, Noah walked out of the open space and headed in the direction of Alicia, Elven Academy. Ever since he came to this world, Noah had spent nearly half a month in the Elven Forest. The reason for this was that no one would disturb him in the Elven Forest, allowing Noah to focus on his training as a sprite user. Secondly, the Elven Academy was filled with pure witch concubines. There was no male dormitory, so Noah could only spend half a month in the Elven Forest. And in this half a month, Gray and Vaz had taught Noah almost everything they needed to teach. Now, all that was left was for Noah to learn and practice. Only then did Greyvath, who felt as if she had been relieved of a huge responsibility, remember the problem of Noah's residence and began to make arrangements. She said she would solve this problem, but why do I have a bad premonition? In the courtyard of the Elven Academy, Noah leaned against a lamppost and scratched his face. I hope that witch didn't trick me. However, for Noah, it seemed that today was destined not to be a smooth day. The male sprite user over there. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring voice rang out beside Noah. Noah turned his head and looked over. Then, as if he didn't want to see anyone, he covered his face. What is the meaning of this? You rude guy. A slightly angry voice told Noah that even if he didn't see it, it wouldn't become an illusion. At that moment, Noah could only raise his head and look over with narrowed eyes. Not too far away from Noah, a ponytail girl was looking at Noah with displeasure. She was wearing a pure white uniform and a knight's sword in its scabbard at her waist. She was wearing a small amount of light clothing. Alice Faringelto. She was the leader of the Wind King Knights who was in charge of law and order in the Elven Academy. This girl, who didn't have a good impression of Noah when they first met, had her cute face tense. She stared at Noah as if he wasn't a classmate, but a criminal who was about to commit a crime. She was full of vigilance. Noah didn't know how many times he sighed today. His face was full of bitterness. As expected, the ominous premonition was right. What are you mumbling about? Alice raised her eyebrows. Then, she thought of something and widened her eyes. She gripped the hilt of the knight's sword at her waist tightly. Could it be that you really like what the girls in the academy said? That you know some incantation that can lure innocent girls to bed? Who knows that kind of incantation? Noah couldn't help but ridicule. If there really is such an incantation, then all the girls will be done for, right? What? Alice was shocked, and her face turned fierce. You still plan to use such despicable methods to conquer all the girls on this continent? Shameless. I won't let you get away with it. After saying that, Alice immediately wanted to draw her sword, but Noah's face twitched, and he put on a fake smile. Let's not talk about the structure of your brain for you to have such thoughts. But let me say this first. If you make a move, I'll tie you up again and hang you in front of the academy's door. Tomorrow, all the students in the academy will come and admire the majestic figure of the leader of the knights. Alice's hand froze, and she bit her lip, looking indignant. You actually dare to threaten me. You are indeed an evil man. Noah wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did it become like this? Chapter 949. Thud, 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 thud. It was late at night in the Elven Academy. Clear and crisp footsteps reverberated back and forth in the square and courtyard. Coupled with the gloomy atmosphere in the surroundings, it made one's hair stand on end. However, the one who made such footsteps wasn't a ghostly elf, but a beautiful young lady. With her long, dark blue hair tied into a ponytail, the leader of the Wind King Knights, Alice, walked in a certain direction with seemingly hurried steps with a stern expression. Of course, Noah, who was walking behind Alice, couldn't see the expression of the leader of the Wind King Knights. He merely walked a short distance behind Alice with a helpless expression. Why are you in charge of leading the way for me? Although he didn't know what kind of residence Gray and Vaz had prepared for him, Noah, who had lived like a savage in the deep mountains for 4 years, shouldn't be concerned about it. What Noah was more concerned about was why this old-fashioned and strict leader of the Wind King Knights was in charge of leading the way for him. It was impossible that Gray and Vaz didn't know that Alice didn't like this male elf, Noah, right? It should be said that not only Alice, but all the elven envoys in the Elven Academy had no immunity to men. In fact, most of the elven envoys outside the academy were very pure. It was only natural that they would be so concerned about and even afraid of a man. And from Alice's behavior, it could be seen that this lass was also a standard innocent young lady. However, as the leader of the Wind King Knights who managed the security and order of the academy, Alice still chose to stand out and protect the students in the academy even though she didn't like Noah, a male elf. In the end, due to the conflict between her excessive awareness and her duty, Alice should hate Noah more than anyone else in the academy. Why would she still lead the way for Noah in the middle of the night? Noah could only think of Gray and Vaz's arrangement. Unfortunately, it really wasn't Gray and Vaz's arrangement this time. I volunteered to lead the way for you, and even took care of the matter of your residence. Alice spat out some merciless words without even turning her head. Do you have any objections? It's not an opinion. Noah shrugged. I'm just curious as to why you would pay attention to a male elven envoy like me who might destroy the discipline and order of the academy. Of course I should be the one to do this, shouldn't I? Alice said firmly. If it was another student who was leading the way for you and was attacked by you, what would you do? Attack? Noah was speechless. Just because of this reason? Of course not. Alice snorted. I still have to personally watch your every move. In other words, Noah rubbed his temples. This is surveillance, right? That's right, Alice admitted bluntly. Everyone in the academy said that you didn't see anyone during the day, so you must be planning to hunt at night. Hunt? Noah blinked. What hunt? Do you even need to say it? Alice said without hesitation. Isn't it just hunting females? Noah's eyelids twitched. He resisted the urge to beat his chest and forced out such a question. Allow me to ask, since I entered the academy, what kind of rumors have been spreading about me? Noah learned from Claire that there were rumors about him circulating in the academy. For example, as long as he talked to a witch G, he could taint her. As long as he looked at a witch G, he could make her pregnant. For example, as long as he got close to witch G, he would transform into a wolf and devour her in a single bite. Alice also said that there were rumors in the academy that Noah knew how to seduce young girls into bed. Now, with the addition of the rumors about him coming out in the middle of the night to hunt young girls, Noah really didn't know what kind of rumors had been spreading about him. Do you think no one knows about all the good things you've done? Upon hearing Noah's question, Alice snorted disdainfully as she spoke. For example, you forced yourself on the dean and had something on her, threatening her to let you study here. Another example is that you've been in the elven forest every day to find pure elves to form contracts with. We already know about all the dirty things you've done. All right, Noah gave up. It's my fault. In this world, there were indeed things that were better if one didn't know about them. Noah really regretted asking Alice this question. However, Alice didn't understand the meaning behind Noah's words and frowned. Do you think it's useful to admit your mistake now? The evil things you've done can't be erased just because of your words. Noah was speechless. Oh, right. Alice suddenly tilted her head and asked, What do you mean by forcing yourself on her? For the first time, Noah had the urge to die. We're here. About 5 minutes later, Alice stopped in her tracks and pointed in front. Your dorm is there. Upon hearing this, Noah raised his eyes and looked in the direction that Alice was pointing at. Suddenly, a very imposing building appeared in front of Noah's eyes. It was a building that was much larger than an ordinary house. There were many small rooms inside, and there was a large shower beside it. In front of the building, at the entrance, there was a large pile of wooden barrels filled with straw fodder. Inside, there were many fine horses with their eyes closed and heads lowered, sleeping soundly. Yes, in each of the small rooms in the building, there was a horse. Noah was completely dumbfounded. That can't be a stable, right? This Alice, is she planning to let me live in a stable? What are you looking at? Alice said in dissatisfaction. I'm not showing you the stable, but the side of the stable. Now that Alice had mentioned it, Noah finally realized what was going on. Just beside the stable, there was a simple hut. It was a small wooden hut that looked like it was about to collapse. How is it? Not bad, right? Alice said with some pride. It took me 3 hours to build it using my contracted spirits. Noah was once again speechless. This time, Noah was completely sure. If it wasn't that Alice really wanted to take revenge, then it was that the eyes and values of the leader of the Knights were different from his. Noah could only let out a long sigh and extended a hand toward the extremely simple hut. Just as Alice was wondering what Noah was planning to do, Noah's eyes sharpened. Huh! Accompanied by a deep roar, a burst of powerful divine might energy suddenly erupted with Noah's palm as the center. Dong! The berserk divine might transformed into the most substantial shockwave. It scraped the ground and stirred up sand and dust. It carried with it a strong vibration and whistling sound. It surged toward the simple and crude hut like a toppling mountain and overturning sea, covering it. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the simple hut made of wooden blocks was directly swept away by the violent divine aura, completely falling apart. Alice sucked in a cold breath as she watched the scene unfold. Just by releasing the power of the divine might, it could actually cause a physical effect? What kind of powerful divine might was required to accomplish such a feat? It was just blown away, and it fell apart immediately. Noah glanced at Alice. You intend to let me live in a place like this? No. Are you dissatisfied with something? Alice reacted and stared at Noah. Don't tell me you want to live in the female dormitory? Noah slapped his forehead and ignored Alice. He looked around and then came to the bottom of a tree. Who? The tip of his foot touched the ground, and Noah leaped into the air and onto the tree. He leaned against the trunk, sat on a thick branch, hugged his arms, closed his eyes, and entered a state of deep sleep. Seeing this, Alice couldn't help but be at a loss. He can't be planning to live on the tree, right? Chapter 950. This was an extremely austere shout and battle cry that couldn't be expressed with words. It was a battlefield that was filled with murderous shouts and sounds of fighting. A battlefield where a fortress was located. On such a battlefield, it was as if the people were shouting out the last glory of their lives. Loud and clear battle cries resounded throughout the sky, causing the air to be filled with a solemn and stirring atmosphere, causing one's heart to tighten. And on this battlefield, there were two camps. One was the camp that wore elven devices that were transformed from elves and constantly launched fierce attacks in the direction of the fortress. The other was a faction that used the fortress as a stronghold and mercilessly released their elves towards the charging faction using the elven devices, allowing the elves with various appearances, attributes, abilities, and levels to retaliate. With the elven users wearing different elven magical equipment and the elven users controlling elves of different shapes at the center, the warriors of the two camps engaged in a bitter battle on the battlefield. For a moment, the space was filled with saber light and sword shadows. The air was filled with waves of divine power impact, and even the sound of weapons clashing constantly shook the ears. The scene was extremely shocking. However, the elves and elven users that were fighting on the battlefield were only small soldiers of the two camps. The real battle that determined the outcome of the battle wasn't carried out on the battlefield, but in the magnificent fortress that entered the final stage. It was a corridor that was dyed red by the blood of a large number of fallen soldiers. On the corridor, a young girl with beautiful golden hair that reached her waist and full of majesty and holiness was charging forward like a gust of wind while repeatedly brandishing a steel sword that shone with dazzling light like a storm, causing sword light to flash in all directions. Even in such a corridor that was dyed red with blood, the young girl's body still wasn't stained by even a drop of blood. She was like a lotus flower that wasn't stained by mud, very pure and holy. And the young girl's figure that repeatedly brandished the steel sword that shone with silver light seemed to be dancing lightly and gracefully, looking extremely beautiful. It was a gorgeous battle technique known as the sword dance. The young girl smoothly executed this battle technique that was closely related to elves and slashed the elves that were attacking her one by one. Then, as the sword light flashed and her figure flashed, she killed the elven users that were controlling these elves on the spot in bursts of blood splattering everywhere. Even so, the young girl didn't stop her pace and didn't even slow down her speed. She constantly attacked, and attacked again. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. During this period, no one knew how many elven users and elves died in the young girl's hands. However, the historic battle that brought the war to an end was unavoidable. Wielding the steel sword that shone with silver light, the young girl killed the last elf, passed through the corridor, and arrived at the deepest part of the fortress. In front of the young girl, in the distance, there was a throne. It was a throne that was surrounded by dark flames that burned fiercely as if it was used by the Ghost King of Hell. A person was sitting on the throne. Because of the dark flames that burned fiercely, the appearance of the person on the throne was somewhat blurry and swaying. But even so, one could still tell from the outline of the person's body. The person on the other side was a male. The man's appearance couldn't be seen at all as he leisurely sat on the throne. His body was burning with dark flames, and the space around him began to distort. Elves of various shapes and sizes with terrifying pressure drilled out one after another. A male elven user that could enslave elves. The other party's identity was already obvious. Solomon, the demon king that once brought a devastating disaster to the entire continent. According to the legends, this demon king was so powerful that he could even control the elves of the 72 pillars. Originally, if one formed a contract with two elves at the same time, it would already cause the elves to interfere with each other, which would negatively affect the elves. Under such circumstances, the Demon King, named Solomon, could effortlessly form a contract with the elves of the 72 pillars at the same time and perfectly control these 72 elves. That was simply a god-level ability. It was precisely because of this that the Demon King, named Solomon, had the ability to bring disaster to the entire continent, causing people to be abnormally fearful of him. However, facing the Demon King who had the ability to control the 72 pillar spirits, the girl who held the silver sword did not have a trace of fear in her heart. His aura was even stronger than that of the Demon King, who controlled the 72 spirit pillars. Immediately after, the young girl with the steel sword in her hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. She leaped up and shot out. In his hand, on the gorgeous steel sword that was covered in dazzling light, there was a paragraph of ancient elven language inscribed on the blade. If translated, the meaning of this elvish text was as follows: World Protector, Terminus Estate. Noah abruptly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His eyes flickered with some lingering fear. However, what was imprinted in Noah's eyes, which still had lingering fear, was not a cruel battlefield, but an environment filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Surrounding him was a vast courtyard. In the distance, there were luxurious buildings. On the side, the horse that had already awakened with the arrival of morning lowered its head, chewing the grass in the wooden bucket in front of it, making everything seem so peaceful. And Noah, naturally, was sitting on a thick branch, leaning against the trunk as he woke up in the tree. The sky was already bright. One by one, the witches wearing pure white uniforms walked from afar, laughing and chatting. But when they saw Noah, their faces were immediately shocked, and they let out a soft scream, looking in the direction of Noah, chattering about something. Sensing that in the courtyard not far away, there were actually many girls gathered together. Looking at him with fear and curiosity, Noah bitterly smiled and raised one hand. On the back of this hand, there was a mysterious and unfathomable, but incomparably powerful seal spirit imprint that was left behind after forming a contract. Looking at the seal on the back of his hand, Noah muttered, "Is that the sword spirit's dream?" In the world of Type Moon, the master who formed a contract with the heroic spirit in the form of a servant through the Holy Grail of Fuyuki City could see the past memories and life of his servant in the dream. And in this world, the elves and elven users who also form a contract could also share dreams with each other, especially when the elves or elven users had some problems, making the door that connected the two unable to open. This phenomenon would become even more frequent. Now, Noah encountered such a thing. The elven user girl who had the final battle with the Demon King. Noah's eyes flashed. Could it be that is the saintess who saved the world? Why would he dream of the final battle between the saintess who saved the world and the Demon King of Disaster when he shared the dream with the elves? Don't tell me that the sword sprite is really the saintess sprite, the famous demon slayer. Noah recalled the elven words engraved on the sword in the girl's hand that he saw in the dream. World Guardian God, Terminus Estate. That wouldn't be the original name of the demon slayer, would it? Before Noah could think of a reason, a cold and familiar voice sounded under the tree. "How long do you plan to stay up there like this?" Accompanied by such a sentence, Alice, who appeared under the tree without him knowing, raised her head, stared at Noah, and said loudly, "Hurry up and come down." Noah was awakened from his own world, shook his head, and suppressed the contents of this unusual dream deep in his heart. No matter how powerful the elves were, it was useless if they couldn't be summoned. It was more important to think about how to summon the elves. Chapter 9:51. Why are you in a daze over there? Seeing that Noah had been sitting on the tree and clenching his hand that was engraved with the elven mark, Alice raised her eyebrows, her tone stern. "Hurry up and come down." Noah pursed his lips when he heard this. He stood up and supported himself with one hand on the tree trunk. Then, He leaped down and landed in front of Alice in an extremely nimble manner. As Noah landed, Alice, who was less than a meter away from Noah, was immediately hit by a masculine scent that was different from the light fragrance of a young girl. Her body stiffened and her face turned red. She hurriedly escaped and pointed at Noah with a red face. Don't suddenly appear in front of me. Idiot. Noah was speechless after being scolded by Alice. I cannot come down. I can't come down either. What do you want? Ahem. Alice seemed to know that she was being too unreasonable and could only pretend to cough before changing the topic. Did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Noah looked at Alice in surprise. Doesn't this guy hate me? Why was she suddenly concerned about him? Don't misunderstand. I'm just asking as the leader of the Knights. Alice blushed as she complained to Noah. It's not because I'm concerned about you. Hearing Alice's words, Noah smiled. It seemed that although Alice didn't say anything, she couldn't get over the fact that Noah could only sleep on a tree. If Noah had obediently stayed in the simple house last night, it would have been fine. After all, there were walls and tiles, and he didn't need to be exposed to the elements. Compared to the other students, it was just a matter of treatment. However, Noah had gone to sleep in a tree, which made the leader of the Knights feel apologetic. On the surface, she was very strict, but that was probably because she didn't allow herself to be frivolous as the leader of the Knights. Actually, this girl's heart was quite gentle. At that moment, Noah shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Knight Commander. I slept very well last night. Is that so? Alice intentionally coughed twice and pretended to ask casually. But didn't you sleep on the tree? Can you sleep well like that? There's nothing wrong with sleeping on a tree, right? Noah stretched lazily. In the past, when I was cultivating in the deep mountains and forests, not to mention sleeping on trees, I even slept on uneven rocks. For me, I really don't have any requirements for accommodation. Not only that, in the world of the Dark Bullet, when he first decided to help the cursed child there, Noah even lived in the ruins of the wilderness with the children who had protozoan virus flowing in their bodies. In addition to the 4 years of cultivation in the deep mountains and forests, all these experiences created a character of Noah who was not too extravagant and did not have any excessive requirements for material things. Otherwise, with a treasure vault filled with countless treasures, if it was an ordinary person, they would have already lived an extravagant life of a nouveau riche. Noah's words made Alice more or less surprised. You also cultivated in the deep mountains and forests. Of course. Noah glanced at Alice. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to give something. The only people who will fulfill all your requirements for free are your parents, and only a few others. After he finished speaking, Noah glanced at the surroundings and looked at the young girls who were hiding far away and pointing at him. They couldn't conceal their curiosity and fear, and he spoke helplessly. Speaking of which, Captain Knight, can I trouble you to think of a way to solve this situation? Alice, who had fallen into deep thought because of Noah's words, finally reacted. She looked around, and when she saw those students hiding at the side and secretly sizing Noah up, her expression turned serious as she spoke loudly. Class is about to start. Those who should go back to class, go back to class. Don't stay here. Yes, the surrounding girls immediately dragged out their voices and replied. As they chattered, they scattered in all directions and kept looking back, secretly looking at Noah. Then, Noah vaguely heard such a conversation. That's the rumored male elf messenger, right? He doesn't look as scary as others say. Yes, undoubtedly they say that he has 3 heads, 6 arms, 8 legs, and is very ugly. No, I heard that he has 4 heads for arms and 12 legs. Doesn't he have 8 heads? Does he have 8 heads? I think so. Then I must have remembered wrongly. I knew it, right? Hearing this conversation, Noah's mood was as if a bottle of 5 different flavors had been knocked over. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, all sorts of flavors were present. It seemed that the rumors about Noah that spread in the Elven Academy were much more exaggerated than Noah had imagined. Oh, right. At this moment, Alice placed a small package in front of Noah. Take this. Noah took it, puzzled. What is this? Your school uniform and your student ID. Alice turned her head away and stuttered. Your school uniform and your student ID. As for your residence, I will report to the dean and make other arrangements. That's all. After saying this, Alice turned around, as if she didn't want Noah to see her less strict side, and walked away. This girl. Noah could only laugh as he hugged the package. She really isn't honest enough. Not long after, Noah reappeared in the courtyard of the Elven Academy. At this moment, Noah was already wearing the uniform of the Alicia Elf Academy. The basic color scheme was the same as the other students. It was white with some black lines, but it was a male style. Of course, the lower half of his body was not a skirt, but a pair of pure white trousers. It was quite comfortable to wear. The uniforms of the Elven Academy were all made of cloth that was blessed with elven magic and ritual music. Not only did it have some defensive capabilities, but it also had some functions to protect against cold, heat, and even poison. Unfortunately, Noah's body had a strong resistance to curses. For example, the protection provided by elven magic and ritual music, regardless of whether it was beneficial or not, would all be repelled by Noah's body. Therefore, when Noah put on this uniform, it became an extremely ordinary student uniform without any defensive capabilities. Of course, Noah didn't really need it. Walking in the courtyard of the Elven Academy, Noah scratched his head. Where's the library? In the morning, Noah had a dream about having an extraordinary relationship with his contracted spirit. That dream, which was related to the Saintess and the Demon King, told Noah that his contracted spirit was definitely not an ordinary sword spirit. It was very likely that it was the contracted spirit that the Saintess of Salvation used to kill the Demon King when she was alive. However, Noah actually didn't know much about the Saintess. It was only because the legend was too famous that he saw a portion of it in the book that he borrowed from the dean's office. In order to find out more about his contracted spirit, Noah needed to understand more about it. That way, he might be able to find out what was wrong with his contracted spirit. However, Noah wasn't particularly familiar with the academy. He only knew that there was a library here where many secrets of the Elven Empire could be found. But where's this library? Noah stood in the middle of the courtyard with a distressed expression. If only there was someone to lead the way. Almost at the same time, a voice sounded from behind Noah. What are you doing? Noah was startled and immediately turned his head to look behind him. There was a petite girl with bright red hair tied into two ponytails standing there with her hands on her hips. She was looking at Noah with her head held high and her chest puffed out. She was unwilling to lose in front of Noah. Noah blinked. Claire Lucio? Why is this girl here? But she came at the right time. Chapter 952. The Fairy Contracted by the Saintess of Salvation. Claire was startled by Noah's words as she walked on a sunny road. That sword fairy is the Saintess of Salvation's contracted fairy. It's only a possibility. Noah waved his hand, indicating for Claire not to make a fuss. But I did have a dream where the Saintess had a final battle with the Demon King when she was alive. And the Saintess' elven device, that shining silver steel sword, looked very much like the sword spirit we met in the ancestral hall. Sharing the dreams of fairies? Claire tilted her head. Now that I think about it, that sword sprite might really be the contracted sprite of the Saintess of Salvation. From time to time, I would have extremely happy dreams of eating canned food. That should be Scarlet's dream. After saying this, Claire's expression became more or less vexed. I didn't expect the Saintess of Salvation's contracted fairy to be in the elven forest of the Elven Academy. If the contract had been successful at that time, as she said this, the vexed expression on Claire's face turned into a thick unwillingness. Noah, who had clearly seen Claire's expression, asked without batting an eyelid, "Why do you desire power so much?" Claire's footsteps paused imperceptibly, but she quickly returned to her original state. A resolute expression appeared in her fiery red eyes. "Because I have something I must do no matter what. For this, I need a powerful fairy. Is that so? Noah was silent for a moment before speaking. But there are many ways to pursue power. Your method gives me a dangerous feeling of wanting to achieve it regardless of everything. That's not a good thing. It doesn't matter. There wasn't a trace of confusion in Claire's tone. As long as I can achieve my goal, it doesn't matter what happens to me. After saying this, Claire didn't say anything else. She just kept walking forward with her head lowered, silently urging Noah to speed up. Looking at Claire's back, Noah followed. This was a very vast library. However, rather than calling it a library, it was more like a large sunroom. In addition to the bookshelves filled with books on the four walls, the center was paved with red bricks. Some were arranged with flower beds, while others were arranged with lawns. There was a large glass window on the ceiling, and luxurious tables and chairs were placed below. It looked quite attractive. Is this the library? Noah's tone sounded uncertain. Why does it look more like an indoor cafe? That's for resting. Claire pointed at the bookshelves leaning against the walls. As for the books, they're all there. Only a few extremely secretive ones are sealed in the inner area. Only those who have the permission of the Academy's headmaster can enter that place. Even the Wind King Knights are only permitted to take a look around when they are patrolling, but they don't have the authority to flip through the books. You want to find books related to the Saintess and the Holy Sword, don't you? Claire crossed her arms. Then you can find the books you want here. Is that so? Noah smiled and looked at Claire. Then thank you for leading the way. I'm not trying to help you. Claire turned her head away shyly. It's just that you've already snatched my spirit, but I can't summon it. It's just that I can't stand it. Apart from that, there's no other meaning. Yes. Noah spread his hands. Anyway, I'm more or less used to the girls in this academy being tsundere. I'm not tsundere, Claire retorted. Unfortunately, Noah ignored Claire's rebuttal and walked forward. At this moment, Noah suddenly noticed a place. It was a small display window. There were two portraits on the display window. One was a girl with long silver-gray hair, about 14 or 15 years old. The other was a girl with long black hair that reached her waist, about 13 or 14 years old. Of these two girls, one was wearing a formal suit with a strict style, while the other was wearing a foreign costume similar to that of a witch. What they had in common was that both girls held a pitch-black knight sword in their hands. Even though the style was different, the pitch-black color and strange shape were still very eye-catching. Noah only felt that the girl with long silver-gray hair, around 14 or 15 years old, looked very familiar. When he saw the pitch-black knight sword in the girl's hands, Noah couldn't help but be shocked. That can't be Grey Vath, right? Upon closer inspection, although the girl with long silver-gray hair looked a little naive, he could tell that she was Grey Vath. And that pitch-black knight sword was Grey Vath's elven equipment that Noah had seen more than once. That guy actually hung his own portrait in the library? Noah was speechless. Isn't that too narcissistic? What are you saying? Claire looked at Noah in disbelief. It'd be weird if there wasn't a portrait of the dean here, right? Oh, Noah said strangely. Why? You don't know. Claire's expression became even more incredulous. The dean is known as the strongest elven envoy on the continent. You don't know? The strongest elven envoy on the continent. Noah was really startled and said in surprise. Grey Vath is the strongest elven envoy on the continent? Did you crawl out from some countryside? Claire couldn't help but be dumbfounded. When the dean was young, she was not only one of the 12 most outstanding elven envoys in the Odisha Empire known as the 12 Knights, but she was also active in the front lines during the Lambard War that swept across the entire continent. Who doesn't know the Dusk Witch? Noah was speechless. So it was like that. No wonder when Noah expressed that he didn't know Grey Vath had a funny expression. Was that witch really that famous? Aren't you the dean's disciple? How come you don't know anything? Claire looked at Noah strangely. Don't tell me you don't even know what a witch is? Noah laughed dryly, letting Claire know the answer. You've become the disciple of the continent's strongest elf user, but you don't even know who your master is. You can't even summon the Saintess contracted spirit, even after forming a contract with her. I really don't know what to say. Claire sighed and solemnly raised a finger. Listen carefully. The so-called, which is a witch who can form a contract with a magical elf. A magical elf. It was a type of spiritual structure that was extremely different from humans and elves. It was said that it was absolutely impossible for elven envoys to tame them and form a contract with them. Forming a contract with such an elf was almost the same as an ordinary human using his hands and feet to tame a wild tiger in the forest. It was impossible. However, the world was big and full of strange things. There were ordinary humans who could tame wild tigers in the forest with their hands and feet. There were also elven envoys who could form a contract with magical elves. And elven envoys who could form a contract with magical elves were usually called witches. Grey Vaz was called the Dusk Witch because of her valiant strength and active battle record, and also because she had the qualifications of a witch who could form a contract with magical elves. Not only that, Claire looked at Grey Vaz's portrait with some longing in her eyes. The Dean was also the champion of the Elven Sword Dance Festival 24 years ago. Elven Sword Dance Festival? Noah's heart moved. Noah had also heard of this term. It was known as the world's largest and best sacrificial ceremony. When this sacrificial ceremony was mentioned, one had to mention an existence. The Elven King. They governed the various elements that made up the world and stood at the peak of the elemental elf world. At the same time, they were the peak existence that ruled over all elves. Just like in the world of the shaped moon, Gaia managed the planet and Aleia managed the humans. The Elven King managed the elements of the human world and the elemental elf world. Without the Elven King, there would be no elements in this world. They were such important existences. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.